Mr. Flip Flops, how you doing, man? Mr. Flip Flops, how you been, man? Nothing new. Just always trying to find time to play the game. No, I play the game. I meant stream the game. I take that back. Doing fine. I did find my first MD7 Extreme mode this week. Is that MD7 Extreme mode? Is that where you go in solo? Oh, I gotta download stuff. I tell you what, I really miss that sinking team I put together. Quite fun. The interactions. Got into floor 15 in Mirror Dungeons. Floor 15. Does it end there, or you just decide to stop there? I like that team from before. This it was like a sinking team. Like this interaction. This one was cool in the long run. Get on the horse or not. She's just overpowered, so it's whatever. And then floor 15, enemies can clash up to 60 there. Wow. I don't remember what I'm doing or what's happened. You know what did happen is this right here. I pulled her like a week ago. She under sinking? No, do I have on her bleed to show her? She's on under bleed. I pulled her like a week ago. On that like single free pull on the extract button. I did that solo with Index Yisang. Like I didn't do the I didn't pull like with extraction tickets or anything. I just did the free, the one I call it free, but you know it's like the free. It's the reduced price one extract on the banner per day. I don't even know what to call it. And I got her like on that pull. I was like, oh, cool. I think after we do a few things, I should be able to get, if this will turn this. Like I'm at 844. I should be get Mersault. The only one I don't have is this guy. Who's that? Yisang. And then, you know, this new event. The weird thing is the event bonus per people. Like I have these ones, and I don't have these ones. But I want to get Haishipak, Audis, and Ryoshu because I want those for next Kanto. But the weird thing is right now if I get them so I can earn quickly or whatever, if I can go to the reward exchange, this 1 out of 1,000 is actually, it just says Haishipak Mao branch. It doesn't say which one, but when you look at it, it's actually, oh, Mao. It's Audis. It doesn't say, it would be cool if it was Ryoshu. Mao Audis. I know we could tell by the symbol here it's Audis, but it doesn't. I wish they gave you the choice between Audis and Ryoshu. Would be really cool because that would be fantastic. Because I'm sure Ryoshu comes out. She is really good with Mao Faust. Her gimmick is unopposed attacks. Yeah, I wanted both of them for Faust because of death rights or whatever, and Makes sense. I think they're all from the Mao branch, right? And then, because if you look at my dispensary or whatever, it's not dispensary. We can just come here. You look at my ego shards. I have like enough to guarantee pull like to dispense. What's her name? Ryoshu, like in 2 weeks, whenever she comes out. Pretty sure she'll come out in 2 weeks, or a month, or whenever it is. I don't need, and I can, so like I don't have any other autos to get, so I could dispense her right now, and that'd have been cool to dispense her, and then the 1,000 thread trade-in or whatever would have been Ryoshu, because then I could save this. But it's not going to happen. I also, if I wanted to, I can pull Heathcliff finger. Well, I don't remember what his name is. He's like a middle brother or something, middle finger or something. I can also, because there's nothing to get with him either. I already have Wild Hunt, and then I'm not using him on this bleed team right now, and then I already have him for Kanto 7. And if I wanted to use him for Kanto 8, I could shard him right now. I don't have any other Heathcliffs to get, I don't think. I guess it depends on build. I don't really know who Alice will get a middle identity in the future. She will? Oh, okay. In the future, in this Kanto or in this season or next season? Like, I mean, am I going to lose all my shards and then she'll have an identity? Or are you talking about maybe after Heathcliff? Oh, okay, okay. So maybe I should... I mean, I do want those two high shoes. So I could... I mean, I guess this depends on the build, right? Like, when we think about what we're going to play in Kanto 7, right now there's kind of like 3 different ones, right? Like, there's the Fingers, and then there's the House of Spiders, and then there's the Index. Well, not the House of Spiders, but the Ring, right? Is that what they're called? The Ring? I don't have like a group full of them. Because like once you get Mersal, that's a ring. And then he's here could also be a ring. But then the other version is Index stuff or something. Which is the other... This one, right? The Index? Is that not the same, right? Like the index finger? Because I think she has one that's Index, and then she has one that's Index, I thought. I'm not too sure. Yeah, the Index here. And then she has one too, Index. I don't know if there's like a build going on there where you could do that. But I do know then there's like the finger ones. Where if you go here and you go like these ones, the middle Big Brother, and she has one. Does she have one? No, it was actually she has one. I looked it up here. No, where is it? This one, the middle little sister. I called them Fingers, but House of Spiders includes all fingers. Oh, okay, never mind. All fingers. She doesn't have one, does she? No. He doesn't have one. He's the Ting Tang Gang Clan Leader one. She does. Does she have one? Well, she has a House of Spiders one. I saw other... I can't remember who they were. Guess you saw them already. It's like Mersal, this one, and like... I don't remember what he has. He's this one, the little middle brother, but he's also the House of Spiders, a Pinky apprentice, so he has like 2. I don't really know which build to go for Kanto What was it going to be? 8? Canto 9, sorry, Canto 9. So do you know, and how do you know Aldous is going to get a finger identity? And do you have any idea what Ryoshu might be? Is she going to be like, each finger in the House of Spires has 2 IDs, presumably covering 10 out of 12 sinners. Oh. Okay, well, who's the other 2 it's not covering? It's in Kira Ishmael's Uptie story. Kira Ishmael? Probably this one you're talking about. I meant middle-ish. I don't have her. I think I dispensed her for Jiang's office rep. I just got her the other day, like last time, pulling on something. This Rupture team's coming along. I don't really know. I mean, I don't know anything about the next Kanto, and something about people coming in and like retreating and coming back, and I don't know if it's like optimal to have all of them. I don't know if it's optimal to have them all in the first place, but I could take Aldous Ryoshu anyway. Then there's like the U branch, and then there's the C branch, and then what's Mersalt supposed to be? I haven't seen one for him. Like, she's just here because he's here, and something happens in this interaction that I don't really remember. We could look at it. It's right here. When family hierarchy can Ishmael inflicts Rupture count with a scope axe, this unit gains he gains 3 poise. It's kind of cool. Turn start, apply 1 attack power to her. If Ishmael has 10 poise potency, apply 1 more attack power up. Oh, cool. When he uses Crescent Decapitator, she uses Crimson Spring as an assist attack. Bonus. You definitely don't need all of them. At most, you can have like 8 for retreat to benefit the team. We don't entirely know what Ryoshi's personal ID is like, though the prevailing assumption is a spoiler. It spoils like her Kanto. Well, don't tell me. If you're talking about a spoiler to me personally, not a spoiler to the public. Yo, blah blah, welcome. I personally have an idea on which faction Ryoshu would be, but I cannot say for sure. Let's wait for. So you said the fingers have 2 IDs. Does that mean the? Okay. If we went down to Team 1 and we wanted to pull, like, if we were gonna, let's make a team right now that we would play for Kanto, the Kanto you're in right now, right? We'd probably do, I don't know what we would do. We would do her. Like, if we did these 2 guys and these 2 work together, we're gonna pull her and her. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Him, I mean her and him. What would we do besides that? I mean, so you're saying that this guy has the Index Nurse Father, and then he also has the ring, something kind of like Aldous. So Aldous is going to get a finger one. So you know how Hong Lu and Yu Sang are both House of Spires Nurse Fathers? Each of those both have an apprentice. For Yu Sang, it's Don Quixote, and for Hong Lu, it is Faust. Okay, so I would need. Okay. So I would need her, right? We don't know what she is. We could actually put her to nothing. Let's just put her to nothing. We know he's coming. We would not use her. We would probably use not her. Let's just put this. And we would use this. we don't know about her, so we just leave her like that, and then we would probably use not him. So you're telling me that he has a middle finger identity, but he's then going to have a House of Spiders identity? Like two, just like you said, they have two. She has two, does she not? Yeah, she has the index, and then she has the House of Spiders. She has this one, and then she has this one. Yep. Okay, so then maybe we won't go a finger route, and we'll just go the House of Spiders or something route. With the ring, these two ring guys, and whenever his other ID comes out, maybe we'll shard that one. Good thing you said something, and I wasn't like, let me just jump the gun and just dispense him right now. Because I almost thought about doing that. I'm like, well, I don't have any other ones to get. You know how that is. Because I like him. He's already uptight at 4, and he's really cool. And this interaction's kind of cool. I'm gonna get these two. I'm gonna get him like this week. And I actually don't have. Actually can't dispense Don Quixote though. If I'd have known that, I probably should have tried to pull more on her banner. Then there's also Ishmael, but I don't have any of hers either. I think we did this before when it was the wall purges. It's like looking ahead, sharding what, pulling whoever. And what kind of team would this be anyway? It is, well, this is bleed. He's not bleed though. Right? He's sinking and poise, so maybe we wouldn't use that. So I don't know if like it doesn't matter. Like if some are sinking and some are bleed. Well, maybe we wouldn't use them then, because if we get her, she's also probably what, sinking? I can't click on it. We go to dispense. She's also poison sinking, so maybe we wouldn't use him. That kind of sucks. He's uptight 4. So we would use something else. And I don't have anyone to get. Can I dispense him? He's also like a standard fairy, you said, right? No, I can't dispense him either. So if we had to think about it, we don't have to get. We wouldn't have to use him and her. Well, who the hell would we use? I go like this. There's also events that you can look at. We also know that Rodion might get a thumb ID. Right. They seem like quite the buffers, the middle guys. Well, I don't know what to call them, like the purple dudes. There's also events that you can look at. What events? This event? Or these events? Not that event. This event? Maybe you're talking about future events. Because right now this would be the group we're using for... I mean, I don't even know anymore. We don't... Ryoshi's probably going to be bleed, but we don't know... this season events, I mean. Yeah. Well... it's always about looking ahead. Hello, how you doing? Hong Lu LCB Sinner 6. Talking about what to dispense. Probably should just pull right now, just on extract for fun. Let's see what we get. Like if I had to think about this Sinner's coming and the ones I have, it's kind of like, well, I don't really have... I'd have to shard some of the finger ones if I was trying to go that... I mean, I can't... I call them fingers, but I don't know what else to call them. You know, the finger ones, like this guy, the middle little brother. I just gotta think of what to call them. So, like, if I wanted to go this crew style, which I looked at, like the Vengeance Mark stuff for on Heathcliff, which is kind of cool if you look at his. Burn Bleed. It's kind of Vengeance Mark stuff. The defensive one you use at 6 plus some envy residence. It says something around here about when this unit or any middle faction allies are hit by an enemy, inflict 1 vendetta mark. So definitely if you were going to use this Heathcliff, you'd probably want middle faction allies. Is that what they call it? The middle faction? So I just call them the middle. Yeah, the middle. So the middle. So if we look at this crew of people that we're getting together right now, I only have one middle, which is him. I don't have this middle, that middle, this middle. Middle Higo is a game changer for the middle as a team. Yeah. Yeah, he's quite cool. I just don't have the rest of the middle. I do have some of the House of Spiders stuff, or the ring. I call it the ring stuff. I have 4. I'm going to have 5 of the ring. She also applies sinking, so maybe that would work to just put, to actually do her sink. Her stuff's pretty good. She destroyed, I was using her in a dungeon or something. She was destroying stuff. It's pretty good. Burst forth and pulsing crimson under your skin. School of Favism. Well, since she does sinking too, what do I... Oh, I can't look at it. If we go to dispense, we go to event. Can we look at him? It's not here. That's kind of weird. He's pretty okay if you're not using him in the middle team. For him to use him as somewhat handsome tank since he has so much hit points. A handsome tank? Yeah, he quite looks... He quite looks quite handsome with that do. The interactions with him are quite cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. All fists. He kind of reminds me. Well, of course, he's gonna remind us of the guy we fight during the Pallid Whale, and he just beat the crap out of him. He was hard, definitely hard. The fact that, like, if somebody hits one of your teammates that are part of the middle and they get a mark on them is really cool. He's gone Super Saiyan. He's purple. Looks like an AoE attack here. Here's a cool interaction well with Ricardo. You can change the BGM as well for some fights. The background music? Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I saw something about some music kicks in and does something. Where did I see that? I was reading it. I don't remember where I saw it. Something about music. Oh yeah, change battle music until turn end. That's really cool. I mean, they're all really cool, right? I think the worst thing that you never have is probably Thread. But since you guys are so far in the game, I'm sure you have every character and have threaded them all to at least up tie 3, right? See, the combat start on the turn. This is unit substituted in or return to the field. Use my hair coupons on a random target. A single coin? See how it says final power +1 for every 4 burn and bleed? Is that just from him? Or do you need... Well, you inflict 3 with these skills, but they drop by 1 every turn, right? I can even... Look at 6 burn and bleed. How do you sustain the burn if he's the only one on the team that's doing burn? And bleed. Well, he'll do bleed, but there's lots of bleed. Is she like that too? Something like... Oh yeah, see what it says for every 4 bleed. For every 4 bleed and sinking. So it actually would work to put sinking on the team too. Middle-ish also does burn. Oh! You can change it. Oh, okay, they both do a lot of it. Got it. So you would need middle Ishmael too. Are you talking about the house one, or she has her own ID? Talking about the middle of this one? Uh-huh. Now I just see bleed. Oh, inflict. If the student has thermal blades on hit with first and second coin, inflict burn by the base amount of bleed this skill inflicts. Oh, same thing. So you have to get thermal blades, and how to get them? If Tiger's base skill has burn, heal 3. Oh, she heals 3 SP if someone has burn. Consume all the middle grudge on herself if Targa has vengeance mark. Oh, shit. She's like a middle person. Oh, she's the middle apprentice. Okay, got it. Oh, got it. The student is considered a day that inflicts burn and bleed. If the student has thermal blade skills, inflict bleed are considered. All skills inflict both burn and bleed. She has this, also has this vengeance mark stuff. Oh, at 3+ enemy residents gain thermal blades next turn. If the student has thermal blades, gain thermal blades at turn end. That's the only way to get it is residents. Middle Atlas might also be burned. Probably will. Okay. Yeah, there's a high chance that middle out is going to be a nurse father. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You said 8? So I could shard these 2. Well, I don't know if there's a reason to shard Aldous if you can get her like through the event. So I could shard Ryoshu, pick up Aldous. I said this earlier. What's Mersalt supposed to be? See how like everyone has a high shoe here, but him. What was his? What's like? Does he not have an identity that has to do with the high shoe pack or something? If there's a high chance that Mersalt Ish have no high shoe IDs, okay. But does he have anything that has to do with this rupture style? I might as well just. Oh, there's also. Oh, okay, we're gonna get that. He doesn't have an ID. This is probably a charge ID. That's the nails bleed ID. This is probably a sinking ID, right? So what ID did they come out with for him? Did they not come out with one during the time of Haishu stuff? Capo? Oh, okay. Capo, the thumb. Is he considered a middle person? No. Ah, okay, got it. Yeah, you get Marisol from the Twinning Threads event. Yeah. That's okay. That's what happened. Okay. I didn't know when he came out. but he's not part of this whole thing here. So here's the plan. Okay, so we'll get Ryoshu, then we'll earn her, and we'll have our team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus her, and we'll figure out who, if anyone, because we don't have these two. I'd pick him up if he was available. I don't think I can dispense him, right? Like he's indispensable until next season. Who is this? Yeah, he's right here. So I can't dispense him. And that means also I can't dispense her. I don't want the thumb either. I don't want this guy. And I don't need her at this point either. So I guess that's the plan, right? We dispense Ryoshu now, earn Audis, and then that group is done. And then we finish the... Whoop! I'm pushing just wrong buttons everywhere. I'm waiting for this to switch. I know they probably can come here and go here instead, actually. We'll finish this up this week and get him, and that we'll start working on that team. Just looking ahead in the future to not waste stuff, right? It'll be this team here, and he'll replace this guy here. So it wouldn't hurt to actually use him instead because of the syncing with her. And I don't know what he is. Is he also the same style? It won't let me look. So I gotta go here, here, no, there, here. No, not this one. Here, there, here. He also does bleed and sinking. So he's like the same. Good. So sinking and bleeding, I guess, is the way to go. Well, that's how, I guess we'll just kind of build toward that. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably need to dispense her in the future before season turns over. That's 6. He says she might be nurse father 7. And who is she nursing? Who's her apprentice? Heathcliff? Gregor. Is she? This middle apprentice here? Okay, so we need her too. So we get it. We got it. So we're gonna more than likely could try to pull. I don't know what to save my dispense tickets or my extraction tickets for, either Ryoshu or Audis, but Audis wouldn't be too bad. No, I can dispense her. Dispense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then what's Ryoshu going to be? Probably a bleed something. So that seems good, right? Seems like a goodish team. Good enough, anyway. He's saying, Index saying is overpowered, I guess, right? And the other two are good together. And these two will probably work good together. And then we'll have these two working good together, and we'll get her. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe we don't need 8. We'd have it then have 8, actually. I guess it's looking kind of far ahead. I guess the best thing to do is dispense Ryoshu right now. I don't remember how to do that. I think it's this one, right? And she's under events. We dispense Ryoshu. Get her. And then I think Ryoshu's going to be also a nurse father. Just to speculate about there may be a reason why Skincare Pookie is an apprentice of the Pinky. Skincare Pookie? So, you mean Sinclair? This one? Skincare? He does look kind of soft here. Apprentice of the Pinky. Yeah, okay, yeah. House of Spiders Hong Lu tends to deal. Yeah, I haven't really looked at like what their thing is about with their moves, because sometimes they grab shit and shove. You know how like this corpus ingredient thing, it's a charge? No way. Viewing the tableau. 2 protection at the start. Yeah, AoE. He has an AoE? Oh, this is an AoE? I never see him use it against an AoE. Anytime he uses it, it's against one person. Some meme about Sinclair drawing a sword 100,000 times. He doesn't draw his sword, I thought. I thought he goes up and then he like does nothing. Because I've used him. His base skill 3 can have AoE as well. Can have. Well, it says attack weight is 1. Oh, deal damage at damage rate, excess attack weight beyond the number of actual targets. In focused encounters, the part. Oh, okay. If I would just read, right? Okay, so this has a lot going on about how we're going to move forward, but I do have a lot of this stuff. If I come here, does that mean, is she going to get some sort of apprentice ID or something too? And the whole crew is fathers and apprentices? I mean, I kind of like that I already have these 2 and it works with this stuff here. I know, probably like this. And what's left? Him. All nurse fighters will likely have some strong AoE attacks. Rodney, I'm probably going to get a nurse ID for the thumb. Well, who's the thumb? I've heard that somewhere. The thumb Campo? This guy? Same faction as Campo Mirsalt? Damn, they have a lot of IDs coming. I think Ring Hong Lu's ally confirms Rhino's position as a nurse father. Wow, there's a lot going on. What I do know is we're going to dispense Ryoshu right now. I think this is the play. This season is stacked. Yeah, seriously, they're like, let's put out 3 IDs per person and have you guys go wild. Thank you. Okay, dispensing. Okay, singers, go to Rupture. Go to her. Shove her in there. Where is she? Not here? Did I not? Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, it's just for the... It's actually... I wanted to get her anyway. It's just mostly for this event. which I always pick on the wrong buttons here, but this event right here. So now we have bonus. We have a bonus ID is 60% game. You can only do a maximum of 120, so 60, 80, 100, 120. Wow, we're done. Boom. Now, if we go to the story mode that we're going to run around in, who can we place in here that's supposed to be some of the IDs? Her. We put her in there. And who was it else? Who was him, her, Malbranch, Malfaust? I mean, that kind of sucks. Maybe we'll do it later. I'm not sure how to get her now. So it would be like this. It was something about mirror dungeons and something else. There's Lord Liu, Malfaust, her, someone else. Well, since I don't remember, we have to go back. Oh, the middle brother. So here's what we have to do. We gotta go to centers, go down to team, and we reset this whole thing, which trash it. Confirm. So we need her on a team, him on a team, him there, and her there to get the bonus. Ring Mersalt is probably higher priority than Malautis. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna get him first. So we're gonna stick with this because we get what, 1, 2, 3? 3. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, have her. We don't have her on the team though. And we have these two and her. So if we wanted to get it even faster, we could switch her out right now, actually. We could do this. And there we go. We'll continue on. Yeah, even on the bench, they can give a bonus, sure. Oh, yeah. But unfortunately, I was using her. And we're going to use her anyway. These are all bleed people to be... I think we're using, what, one... It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Something like that. I don't remember who we were even using before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it was just 6 right here. It wasn't even 7. We could switch her out to get and go on to the next thing, just to get more of this stuff as we go into the dungeon, right? I'm just looking at the team ahead of time. Like if I wanted to get like we need this crew and then do the story mode. So it'd be like what? Her, him, and her. And it's like, so now it's like trying to put a bleed team together. We can't use these two. I don't remember who I have now. These are the 3 Macallan ones, so we need bleed. So if we actually click on this, go here and go to bleed. And go, okay. Okay, we could use her. We could use the one who shall grip for fun. We can use her. We have him already. So we could do this. We could do this. I don't even need to. We don't even have to switch to him if we don't want. So going forward would be this crew. And we could probably use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 7, or something. Or if we want just bleeds only, be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. because they could just be on the bench. They're overpowered anyway. We could bring them in, but whatever these kind of buffs are going on between these guys probably aren't going to affect these 2, 3. So we could do that. That'd look fine to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 here. It just means I don't have to upgrade her just yet, and we can use this bleed team here. You could have support Ricardo Heathcliff on the bench to increase earnings. Ricardo Heathcliff? You could have a support Ricardo Heathcliff on the bench to increase earnings. But I'll already be at max 120% with these 4. Because you only get 120% and we got them already. I didn't even think of that. Like, I don't have a McAllen, whatever. Macaland. We already have these 3. I don't think I have any other IDs, right? Oh, the Prince. Oh, I see. Okay. So we could do this. And then we switch him as the support to Ricardo. Someone probably has him, right? And he can make up that other 40%, that percentage we just lost. Because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 7 the 6 we could use for fighting is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 6. He does have a bleed, but it's whatever for him, right? Or it could be this. Actually, it could be her. It could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I don't have Ricardo Heathcliff, sadly. I have to shard him. Well, definitely don't shard him if you don't want to. I'm sure this one of the 75 players that are on my friends list probably has him. But that's a good idea. So we could do, after we get enough for Mersault, we can just turn around and start running this team. I have them. Let me send a friend request. Oh, sweet. Friends. Inbox. Ride to Gemini's O'Dullahan. Confirm. Whoop. Supposed to click on it. Confirm. No, wait. Click on it. Accept. Confirm. Is this a bleed team? Tandem Ned. Well, this is a bleed team, yeah, but we're not trying to get a bleed team per se. It's about, in this group I'm showing as team number 1, we're just trying to put a group together to do to get the most currency for this event, which the bonus of units is, this is Malbranche, Ryoshu, this guy, and these 2. You can only gain 120%, so we're going to substitute him from someone. Tandem. So it's like 60%, 120%. So we actually don't even need to have these guys on the field if we didn't want to. We only need these 2. So right now that we did set all that, this is the team we're going to roll around in. We can actually substitute him in now and her in like this, and we'll get both like this. Bam. We don't have to do nothing. Myra should get 6% more sweeping currency. Yeah. So we'll substitute him in through support through friends. So here's the 120% here. You can only get 120. And then we're using her, him, her, him, her for the current the current one. So rather get the Ring Faust, Ring Hong Lu. Yeah. Whoever said about substituting him is a genius. Blah blah. I looked at the team, worked. What in the hell is this guy cooking? Hey, just trying to get the currency. But this way we could actually get them all. We could get both currencies for both events at the same time. Profits. Justice. Oh no. Somebody probably has them. Let's see. Let's go in. We're doing the intervallo right now, which is time killing time. We are at the dungeon. We have 2 of these. We can enter, right? Oh, hold on. Let's do this really quickly because I've talked a lot. Aha, see? Clear rewards, we get these, but it should be plus 120%, right? We enter right now. We're going to enter with this group. What's our team? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got it. Now we could switch to, now see, like 40%. We support them in. Aha! Somebody has them. Boom. 60, 60, 20, 20, 40, 20, which is 100%. Amazing. Max rank pros will always come down to having the strongest IDs. Since we're going in to Kanto 7, we're going to roll with the manager and then a couple other people that help with the manager. The second we get Mersault's, like, the twin for, I don't know his name, the one that's in the event. Once we get him, we can switch out her for the princess. And then we'll just continue on because the group would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 still. We could switch her to something else, but we don't need to. I think she has like a bleed defense of some sort. Passive. Yeah, she has a bleed passive anyway. So she could still stay as the ring Pontilist, as a bencher or whatnot. And someone already has him at up type 4. But so this is the plan. Because we actually don't have other like Matt Kaland teammates, just these 4. And once we get the currency, we'll switch it out. We'll still just run this crew. Is just totally fine. It was just about looking ahead to season, what is it? Kanto 9. From what I've heard. I'm pretty sure Fabulous is way better than Princess in current bleed, from what I've heard. Probably. I thought that same thing. Now, but just thematically, going into the next season, Kanto, it'd be okay to use. If not, I believe that's a better idea in general. Yeah, she hits pretty hard for sure. I didn't know this was coming out when I sharded the princess. Like, I wasn't looking ahead to know I was gonna get her on accident last week. I got her from that like 13 lunacy pull. That's the only reason why I even have her. I wasn't even planning on it. I was planning on getting like the free Mersault. If you're going thematically, then it makes sense having every Buffy in your team give them all a buff. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think the only one I didn't grab was the haircut was the barber. I don't remember if she's Ryoshi or Aldous, but one of those two is the only one I didn't get. But just I thought because I'm gonna use this manager, I thought I'd get the other ones, and I was kind of advised to pick up Prince, Priest, and whatever. And this was back when I had a ton of shards back during Walpurgis, and we're trying to figure out what to get. Because during the anniversary, you get tickets to get stuff. The barber isn't great. You'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I heard. So, like, I think we couldn't shard the Prince, but then I used a ticket on him instead. I had a bunch of... I think I accidentally... No, I sharded the Index Yi Sang because he was sinking, because I built a team with Wild Hunt, and I was looking ahead to use him, and blah, 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 blah. It was like 2 hours of talking and putting a team together, and that was quite a great team. I think it's under syncing if I look at it. Yeah, it was this team here. And someone else. It wasn't her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who was it? I don't remember who it was now, but it was fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it was this 6 right here. It was cool. But he was pretty good. I had enough shards to shard him, and he's like looking to the future. But she's cool. She's really cool. All right, let's get going. All right, I gotta still do the support. Ha. You hear this music? It's quite jazzy-ish. Kind of low on my end, but... Okay, we're going to go in. I think this is the play. 20, 40, 60, 100. And it's just to get him. I think this is fine. Who are we fighting with? Is everyone leveled up 41? We don't want to accidentally do like we've done before and just roll in there. Okay, we're good. Roll in there and forget to level somebody up. So this is the culprit's fathoms. 21 minutes. The time it took from the impact for you to hit the cobblestones. Isn't it about time you quit that your divey thing, brother? We barely have enough time to scrape by, wasting our time building unregistered adventures just to annoy some time collectors. Doesn't do anything. Come on, brother, dream like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the T-Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? We're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes, but you don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? Take the grade 1 adventure certificate exam or something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. There's a pretty hefty cash prize for receiving the Adventure of the Year award, you know? He's thinking as he's falling. Did you know that in other nests everyone enjoys an equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second, what if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest, and maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day too. I could get a full night's rest and I'd still have a half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? Is he one of the slower ones? Like where time's going by slow? It's probably the way he's talking. I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. Knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have the time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed there. That's how I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like in that old comic book I used to read, to dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The happiest day in UK be like, yeah. The driver is like someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of its way because he doesn't have enough time. Hours already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So you are slowly, so slowly thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that's given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed no matter how much time I was shared. Because my life was spent in a rush, because its entirety slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street when my brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next when someone knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out. The city. Can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. I hope they capture the little upward flick of the tip of my mustache. It's supposed to look like a bird's wing, yes, huh? Oh, it's so tedious waiting for it to be finished. Yawn, still 3 in the afternoon. This is one long shift. When will this tedious busy work end? There's too many people who so indifferently kill time. Well, time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with this small time stuff? I'm just as tired as you of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time. And I'll... He distorted? Though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn at desperate rates. Some live in 44-hour days, some live in 4-hour days. We are not like the Euros. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into? Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours, our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Your explanation fails to justify your time killing. Yeah, I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. It's true. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day. And that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I save the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? Ah. Oh, we're in a clock. Second hand's gone by. Time Ripper's Fathoms. We enter the dungeon of the Fathoms and it resembles a T-Corp street. Past the crowds of busy passerbyers, we notice the glowing vending machine nearby. With the streets completely devoid of color, the vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly within our heart. Look around, the other passersby don't seem to notice anything unusual. We see rows of buttons in the vending machine. What should we do? We should tremor. We don't have any tremor. Let's get a keywordless ego gift. Press one of the buttons on the bottom row. We're this close to unveiling the truth of the time-killing time. We don't exactly know how this case will end, but we decided to forge on the brilliance of our guiding light. Illusory hunt. I thought that was kind of like a foghorn. I've seen this before. Which way to go? We want more stuff. It doesn't matter, I guess. We'll just go to bottom. Okay, so who do we want to attack more often? Well, she kicks. She's strong. We could see him in action if we want. Does he also bleed? For fun? Burn bleed? I don't have any burn though, so he's not gonna shine that well. Sometimes they all do really good damage. It's hard to say. It could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should we make her the head of the always getting more attacks? She does. She hits pretty hard. It's hard to say. Should we? I think it'd be cool to see Heathcliff at least in one battle. Middle Heathcliff is burned for literally no reason. You want to see him in a battle? We could use him for once. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't even have to use them. We could do this. We could do that. Let's see.
설레네요.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를
Struggling?
갖고 돌아온
But I don't want to do that. But my mouse is messing up.
걸 준비했지.
Struggle. My hairy coupons.
갑니다. 어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
그래. 이렇게 시원하게 차이야. 보는 그간의
One punch?
쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치.
The middle Ishmael is a loser? I mean, she's no good? She's not good or what?
임파스터.
가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각
You came here one time and these guys hit actually like really hard.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색칠. 이번 소재는
상점 외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을
You have no idea I have a middle cosplay in my closet.
알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테.
Hey, now you're getting written up in the book of vengeance. It is how I should still compliment Heath well. Oh, you just don't like her? Swept away. These guys stagger hella hard. Oh, it's because they have their tremor guys.
그래, 내가 왔다.
이게 승리잖아요. 이게 승리잖아요.
One Punch Man.
40분. 먹지. 이 정도로 나와 겁내만. 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술은
White hoodie and purple sweatpants do the trick. Why did you reverse the colors of the middle? I don't know what you mean. Oh, he's talking about, okay, the colors. You find yourself at a random T Corp street. A collection of staff is collecting taxes from a citizen. Will you be making your payment in time or in cash? Like I said, we already paid our time tax in full. Besides 300 million on, that's absurd. Workers say that you have accrued additional time tax rounds due to the donation gift tax. Donation gift tax? No way is this because I gave away my time to those kids in the back streets. I only gave them 300 hours, so how the hell does that suddenly snowball into a 300 million on in taxes? That doesn't make any sense. Tax calculations T-Corps are always exceptionally accurate. How does it? Time collector strides toward a citizen to neutralize them. Let's beat this dude's ass. Let's talk to him. They sure make... Look at this very low. Oh, goodness. Good thing we have... Hit that. Yay! Rodon claims that there's something wrong with their calculation. The other senators chime in to say that they should probably get that amount verified. One of them notes that conveniently there is a collection office nearby. The whispering crowd begins to grow around the commotion, and the time collector eventually gives in. Looks like you're not carrying a timepiece. I would stay out of trouble if I were you. Clearly annoyed by this obstruction, the time collector grumbled about something and left, but not before taping something to the senator's clothes. What is it? A warning notice?
봤지? 내 터치가 살짝 들어간 것만으로도 때깔이 완전.
Okay, I've never seen this before. No, it's tremor stuff. I mean, does that mean we probably should have came through here and tremor Tremor gear or what? Plushie's cute. We don't necessarily need her in here. We could use him like this. We could use him. That means for fun, right?
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
We should normalize building teams based on cuteness. The problem with that is if I would think if, for me, it'd be like all female teams or all male teams, but it's hard to say. I mean, do we think that this Heathcliff looks kind of cute? Like Wild Hunt? Yeah, it's a cool looking get up he has on. Long hair, one eye. I think he has one eye, right? Especially with Dallahan with no head. That's like not what I saw. Like I didn't see a severed head. I swear the whole time I thought I was looking at like the top of the horse's head was just red. Like, you know, where the nose and the bridge between the eyes and stuff are. I just thought that was red. His chain wristbands. That he does. Look at that big book. Is this to make him stronger? It's like a... He kind of reminds me of like Goku, where they wear weights. Hopeless. Should I go defensive then? Except for wearing glasses. That's an AoE move? I couldn't even tell. It doesn't matter which one you do if it's the same color. Like, should you do the front one like this?
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Oh yeah, there's two dudes there. You're right. I never noticed. I was wondering why he hits so hard sometimes. They're like stacked on each other. Oh. Yeah, chains. Brass knuckles? Yeah. How? I don't know what I was doing. I think I was in a mirror dungeon or something, and one of these guys hit like 1,000. I thought that was a lot. The power of mirror dungeon eagle gives. Yeah. You see a victim of the Time Ripper. You can't even touch them thanks to this spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon. Is there anything you can do here to help? Keyword list again? Is it possible? Try to help. These are both exactly the same. Okay, we trust in Ishmael. Yeah, success. We've done everything you could, but none of it yielded a meaningful result. They can't move and you can't physically touch them, but you find a suspicious looking receipt from under the victim's foot. This might be a clue. A suspicious receipt. Prepaid time receipt?
지킬 사람이 없어서
Deal down against faster under a 2-speed difference. Oh, okay. Confirm. Where do we want to go from here? We kind of like the story stuff, right? Like, or these cogs. Go cogs.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게. 단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해.
Oh. I mean, is there even any point of attacking these dudes? You just all attack these guys. Inflict 1 fragile next turn. On hit. Who's kind of tanky? We'll just do this. We want to attack those guys.
죄인인가?
N-Corp Mersault?
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나고 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
That guy almost died.
힘겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아 족쳐 보시죠.
Send him to take that guy out. We can all beat up on the one dude. How about this guy? How about this guy in the front? Who is he attacking? Was her, wasn't it? Was the dominant? Yeah. Favored? Guess the only one that could attack would be him, which is still favored, or him, which is dominating. Here we go. Then you can attack this guy. Go back to dominating here. This looks good.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한줄 주워주지.
따스한 피,
임파스터. 왜냐면 예술을.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이
He's agitated.
아닙니다, 딴테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
$123. This looks good.
떠올랐어요. 이제 친해졌네요.
일어나. 아직 10번을 죽어야 한다고.
Cogwheel. People from all walks of life, all with different hours to spend on a given day, speak and move about in varying speeds. The sound coming from this odd inequality fills the street with incongruence. Two people catch your attention in the chaos. A rich-looking youth, despite his parent-time influence, is walking in a brisk pace toward the streets. And a poor-looking old man, despite his apparent-time poverty, is slowly walking to an alley with a leisurely look on his face. Who to follow? Tremor. We don't have any tremor. You could just don't follow anyone. We want to follow the old man. Sloth and lust? I don't know who does what here. Oh, are we not using her? I mean, that's what I did wrong here. We're not... I have the middle going on, but I don't have her going in there. Like I have her, him, and him. Yep, I don't have her, and I'm putting in the middle brother. We'll take him out. We could just get a tremor gift for no reason, but we don't need to have it unless something happens at the end. Let's see. Who will step up? Ursol. You ask, old man, how can you smile like that when it's clear that you have such little time? Old man smiles gently before writing something down on a paper. Life is not a matter of how much time we have, which really matters how we use that time that is given to us. How can I make any other face but a smile when at this moment I am afforded leisure in such a hurrying world? Old man slowly turns around and walks away. Exactly. Looks like he left something behind. You look up to return that into the man, but he's already gone. Even though he's leisurely, slowly walking, he's gone. That's clock hands. First turn, start wave, something tremor, something. Doesn't affect us any. So we're gonna take him out and put her in. We just clear subsection because who do we want to actually attack first? Or like more than once, like this. I think it looks good. Didn't even have her in there. I didn't even notice. Notice now.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리해 버리는 맛이다. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지.
Hope she wins some clashes.
예술을 보여줄 시간이란다. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 위치였습니다.
Imposter.
Did she even attack? I think she did. I think hers was. I think she had the what you call it? I think she had the unopposed attack. Just like. He has 1 hit point.
이번 소재는 서부보다 Imposter.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테.
I don't want that mouse messing up.
기대했었죠.
감상은 어떤가요?
It seems like somebody gets stunned like every turn. I can't think of what the word is.
관람객
해야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술
볼 순 없죠.
Did he get a buff by doing that move? Staggered. Yeah, sword. Who's staggered now? Like he's staggered now.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 선홍의 피날레다.
한관의 두께 어중간한 예술.
Old man's gonna get jumped by Leon, Panther, and Wolf, and they often do special out like that. Hungry just canceled stagger. Oh, is that what he did?
제파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
That eyeball move?
절벽을 잡고 이제 신선해요.
저수감자는 마지막에 면담에서
훌륭한 단말만.
기여할 만한 일이 생겼어.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
상부의 지시인지라.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
What's the condition for Faust to drop her armor? Oh my god, Chainsaw Woman?
한관의 두께 나쁘지 않아요.
Sometimes she'll do it like on the first turn, sometimes she does it like third turn. Does she become stronger but lose defense?
라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
I don't think I've ever seen that with the red eye like that. Just get 2 charge potency? Since this is the last enemy, we're just going to hit damage button.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Yeah, she pulls out a chainsaw. It's like part of her hand or something. Plus she has the big sword. All right, last cog. We come upon a familiar rest stop. The glass door is locked with a notice attached to it. We are closed today due to personal reasons. We apologize for the inconvenience. However, a fusion device is available for use. Customers requiring fusion service are kindly asked to use the device beside the entrance. What should we do? Yeah. So I got some stuff, right? Silver watch case. I have faded watch case. The silver watch case or the faded watch case? I don't really know. Oh, I didn't get any of these? I can't choose those? I thought I did get some of these, but I guess not. Maybe I needed a specific person in my team. It's alright. Put nothing. We have nothing quite suitable to put in the device. There's no choice but to return to the road. Nothing happened. I thought I got something, but it must be if we have certain people and then you do these things, kind of like if you have the one who shall grips. Well, we got this anyway. Story time.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
I want to thank you guys for hanging out. I'll try to get on here when I can. Busy. Oh, there is no story. Okay, it's just a fight. Okay. Was this an evade? Just if you had the right gifts, right? Oh, maybe I picked the wrong stuff. More evade stuff? Base power +1 for every 100 stolen time on self. Turn. He will evade. Well, the only one thing she could do is probably hit someone that doesn't have evasion on them, right? It's all right. Good bold, how you doing? Welcome. So we do have to clash with this. It's unclashable. Inflict time relief time against target. They use an attack skill against this unit. Okay. Inflict time relief entitlement against target using an attack skill against this unit. Okay, so if we don't attack him, this turn should be okay, right? We just attack these guys. No, we don't have to use... We could try to save some of the other clashing for something else, right? Like, what if we did something like this? Look, we don't want to attack him. Inflict time relief against target, use an attack skill against this unit. So if you don't attack him at all, will nothing happen? This has an evade. Maybe we should do nothing here. Let's see what happens.
볼 수 없을 색채.
We just focus on these, like, two. Probably should just focused on one. Maybe kill one off.
고칠 수밖에.
직접 싸워보질 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나? 위에 제시해야 할 그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 그런 맛이 나는군. 일 처리를 빠르게 하는 편이
훌륭한 단말만.
Oh, did he do the thing, though? We didn't attack him.
사들고 오는 것이 하늘
I'm pretty sure we didn't attack him, though, but he did the thing, I think.
부수적인 효과.
Gain 5 speed? What's his speed? I can't see past the arrows. Does that say 8? I mean... Okay, so the only ones that could attack him was the ones that actually... Like this. The ones that he's pointing at. Like this. And then... Who's like the weakest out of these three? Well, he'll one-shot this guy, so we can...
자꾸 보면 다른다.
His skill 3 is the orange one. Okay, so we can do this. And his skill 3 is an orange one too, so we could do that, right? Or we could try to kill this thing off right now. 17. Maybe we should try to kill these things off. I save his skill 3 though, just in case. Papa Bongi could solo, to be honest. Oh yeah, for sure.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지.
신체 파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
적합한 위치였습니다.
He said, "Oh, blimey."
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술은
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
now that they all have ones, does anybody have a debuff on them? Not that I see. Probably should just do whoever can hit kind of hard. Probably should attack this guy. And whoever hits kind of weak. I don't see any other like high skills here. What's his skill 3?
식사는 즐기고
Orange as well. Is everybody lust? I think so. Alright. We can try to kill this thing off. Yeah, it's gone.
한 사람의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 정해지는 티비아의 멜로디가
This sinking might be helping.
임파스터.
골치 아픈가
Okay.
고기 조각이 되었군요. 단테 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다. 퍼레이드와 피날레
자유탄초
Oh,
경기
that's cool. She has like a big whip.
행진의 꽃 이것이 사복의 피날레다.
Bloody hell, this is really getting on my nerves. Oi. Heathcliff's in there. Quit hiding us. Yeah, give us a proper view. Damn it, I hope that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. Oh, gee, a true form, though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Ripper's head or if it was truly the voice of the many. We did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Ripper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... What? Brains?
저런 광대
Magidon is such a cool ass identity. She's sadly dated, so her second skill variants are very underwhelming.
당신에게 커다란 벽이 있군.
But they look wicked. They are cool. The Time Ripper. Brains. Base power +1 for all time, blah blah blah. And I. What to do? Well, I should probably do something unopposed, unclashable. So if I don't do nothing with this guy, will he not do something to him? Is that the thing here? Like if I just hit defense on this, and then hit defense on that, and then we do this. Hopeless. Why does this one hit so hard? What to use? This one? Still hopeless? Then do nothing? Why is this one so strong? 81? Okay. Busy attacking. This one? Struggle busing? Is there anything we could do here? Trigger tremor burst? He doesn't have any tremor on him though. Yeah, it's impossible. The attack weight's 3840. Try suddenly one day. How'd you know? How did you know? How or why? This looks good. This should work, right?
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
엎드리도록.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
Ew. I don't think I've ever seen that.
나라도 그렇게 했을.
Aha! We evaded it. Suck one.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Is he definitely has a lot of stuff going on here. And these speeds, which I can't barely see, is pretty fast. So the only thing we could do, he's going to be definitely just unopposed. Since there's so many parts, let's just hit all of them. When he's an unopposed, sometimes I like to do not the skill 3, just in case next time we need to do a skill 3 on the next move. 6-7. Oh my goodness, 6-7. What if we do it again? Let's do the favored one. Hopeless again? Can we not? Do we have to ego this whole thing? This one? Dominating? You go into whenever Gregor needs to use an ego. Oh, yeah. Which one is it? The second one? Struggling? Oh my gosh. She's kind of dying too. I'm not too sure why she's taking so much damage. How did you know? You were like, you said you were worried about these two. Well, how did you know they're going to be in this position? I don't have anything for her. It's weird. Okay, so this is the only way to get past this. Twisted Curse, Rupture, blee blah blah bloop, or we La Sangre de Sancho dominating. And 6, 8. Could this possibly be good? Yes. There we go. Prince might also be necessary so Rara and Hongwu can get healing. Yeah. I forgot what his move does anyway. Oh, heals till their allies at least hit 150% of the max HP. Yeah. Why are they taking so much damage? And how did you know? How did you know it was something they're doing that's causing them to take a lot of damage? You called it before the thing even started. Need some food while we're watching the long egos.
저희 뼈를 가르자. 저의 손으로 채우는 외면의 예술. 달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Oh, they did? I didn't even notice that. Yeah, exactly.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼
Wow, what?
안녕히.
씨알도 안 먹히는
저희 영감을
방식으로 싸우는
일깨워 주시는군요.
Was this his invention? Or did he distort? Tisk, irritating little tricks. Boy, remember what you said earlier? Might be the time to put that to use. Does he have his own ego? But I'm sorry, doesn't that use too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Think how much time we will save by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together.
최선을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다. 가장 먼저
Fuck just happened. This unit speed is fixed at 24. Cannot be staggered this turn. Takes a total of 400 share time for everyone, then consumes it. A total of 400? He only has 250. Erase target's time. Once this unit erases target's time, all parts recover share time to their max values again. Oh. I guess the only thing I can do is a defensive move. Unclashable. That's all I can think of. And we just attack. Right? Does it matter which ones we attack? We can attack just all of them, right? Like this. I guess it doesn't matter. Shrimply, it's time to defend. Yeah. You're talking about, I would think he should defend, right? Preger? I think the rest of them should attack, because it's only one guy. Erase the target's time. So just him. And we just attack with everyone else, like this. I guess we just do it.
죄인인가?
Is he dead? No, it doesn't make sense. They had to work. More tricks, is it? Oh, wait. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? You only took 2 from that sod. We will settle that as soon as we deal with the present threat. Focus on the battle for now. Deal with this present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. Understand this is where we must all sacrifice our collective time to. Nope, I ain't giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time. And the numbers didn't evenly divide by 12. 12, huh? Shut up about the last time. You're just 12, just like the sinners? Shut up about the last time. You're just an indicated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtractions. Dang, they're fighting. Oh, what the hell was that? Who said that? It's a new one, isn't it? They're starting to fight each other. Oh, I get it. You're saying that now is our chance, right?
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 것 같아. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
I just try to attack. It's only base power plus 1. I think we maybe he won't evade on this one. So we just go all in. Nah, I gotta actually have to attack this one. Oh, it's unclashable. Oh, we just defend actually this. Should we just defend this too? $36 bleed, 15 count. I know, at first I thought it was 1500, but it's not. Who do we need to win? It's another offset. I don't know if it really matters about clashing. Let's do this.
필수지. 가져갈래요.
She did not evade that.
귀찮은
임파스터.
고의가 번질러진 모양이죠, 관리자. 우선순위를 잘 분류해서 잘라냈길
Okay.
바랍니다.
He doesn't have any shared time anymore. We need more time. He has 0 time now. And what's his speeds at? 6, 5, 6? I have 10 speed. What? Let's just start from the back. Or the front or whatever. What about this one? Dominating. He's attacking this guy. Can't see 6. Well, no one defense against him. We just do this. We need more time. Well, it doesn't say anything's going to happen like he's going to take time. This ring sang on his team. Usually bleed overloads. He's just hiding, right? Right? He is not. No. You just out the priest Gregor for Kadon, even though you sings right. Funny glitch. I don't know what you mean. You just out the priest Gregor for Kadon, even though you sing right. No.
죄인인가?
필수지. 가져갈래요.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹드. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
있어. 지켜보시죠.
Why'd he hit a second time? What was that?
내가 공기력 때문에 내지 않고 특별히
What happened? What was that? This guy?
그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
Okay. Did I do this to him or did he do this to him? There's probably no reason to attack the defensive positions now. And he only has 200 hit points anyway, right? And he only has 2 speed. So we can just... Whereas we're running a wolf head now. Oh, yeah.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
Well, everyone looks buffed in a way. You get 20% more damage based attack skills to enemies whose speed is slower than this unit. Alright, let's just end this thing.
상황 볼고 24개의 눈꼬리차 안에는 티비아의 멜로디가.
기억해두겠습니다, 단테. 면담에서 취하할 만한 일이 생겼을 때 언급하라.
If only I had 10 more minutes, no, a minute, a few more seconds even. To what? I could have changed so much more if I only had the time. Or so I thought once upon a time. Is he the time killer or whatever? Oh, no. So? What did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know what the burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different than the horrible, horrible nest. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So listen up and listen close, because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Her assistant's expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the Sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the timer to relay my question. Like always, LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper Distortion with a complicated classification code, and that's how the case of time killing time was closed. Time closed. But I am so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator. Behold, my portrait is finally complete. That thing in the background, isn't it so wonderful? So slow, everyone. Let's stop being lazy and get to work. Yes, chop chop. Our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change, not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Hong Lu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell the moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me. I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time, something so ephemeral? Yeah, but I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Raja. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. Now, how do you know that? Watching you, Roger reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. And fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin. That moment is so precious and so beautiful. She actually didn't talk in an acronym. Alright, lads and lasses, gather round. Ooh-ha! Ooh! Ooh! We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of Time Killing Time, and for that we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, Ace Detectives? What an auspicious day this is. She's not going to be in it. What's up with the long face rider? Everything okay? I don't know if I even deserve to be in the picture. Didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Roger, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a great job out there. Roger, Hung Lu, Ryoshi, all three of you, good work. You mean Hung Lu and Ryoshi just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit? I was ridiculous. Well, it is said that all road detectives are flanked by great assistants. Oh, that's funny. Is that what this lady Agatha said? No, I said it just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that LF smile, detective. Ah. Right, can we huddle a little close together? What right did I have to stop? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small? When I haven't done anything. It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then, 1, 2. Hold. Ah! Click. What is eating at her anyway? Chief Executive Director, it's time. Mai, they letting me borrow your clothes and make sure to get even a speck of dust on it. So don't you worry about having to run it through a washer. Chief Executive Director, when did he? It's been so long since I had a day's exciting things participation trophy. I'd just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case, not, you know... Let's see, considering your rather competent command of the battlefield and that special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag the exceptional award. Actually, no, perhaps you received the distinctive award instead, since you can't explain the mechanism of your own powers. The clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost always. It's something that has been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believed my only chance spent. The star, I don't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories the star saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end. There's no path left for the dream to go. But I was wrong. There was something rewinding time before my eyes in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it's my current hypothesis that you're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is a potential still. And that distortion that rips time is another proof that I do not know all there is to know about time, not yet. So my dream, once still as a lake, has become wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent, unafraid attitude toward time, it also left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on even after my death, and I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare tread upon the road of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed, therein lies a conundrum. Until time ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. That just says that they're having trouble following your train of thought. Apologies, I must have been thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does that conclude business for the 10 billion on time tags? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if a case like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your lives stretching in measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. A little nappy to wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand that. Oh, almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus company handed me? That monolith in there really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them, as many as you have in stock. Cheers, that's a sale made. It was really pricey too. Who knows? Maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith. What are you planning to do with? It's a secret. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in hearts under the starless sky. Let's go, Mike. Yes, Director Herbert.
점점 알 수 없는 방향으로
This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust.
하우스터시. 이젠
Not only are we providing distortion management service, we're also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monoliths should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust? The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or soldering a fellow human. Not all of those have started with intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends.
상투적인 말.
Do you really believe this meeting to be a matter that you can just brush aside with? Virgilius, you know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus sets off on another journey. Ooh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Roger was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite quiet. Aha. Thus, this achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Look at her faces upset. Aha, do you intend to put it up for display? In our hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film, and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be part of the photograph. Much I desire to hang it here for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning indeed, as my very first accomplishment. Thus shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Oh, don't be buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement, haha. Ryder was laughing and cheering along with her as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can you ask Virgilius where we're headed next? Virgilius, Dante asks. At least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes, I've kind of realized that it's about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Luckily, I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinners' attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination, too bad I got more than I bargained for, is to a warp train, Dante. We didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm among the sinners. Really? I know, the dialogue is nuts.
반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금
He was here for 2 fights. Really?
여전히 반지의 부끄럽지
Perhaps.
선보이고 있다.
No, I think I had her as like the third person to get a second move. Aha. Okay. Another intervalo? Man, I thought we were like gonna get in there. Die. Okay. Oh boy. A familiar siren. I guess we'd read the mini two. I thought we were actually going to start like Canto 7. Right, I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultation with sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I expected, so what are you writing in that notebook? Oh, this?
그냥
I thought writing them down could come in handy later in case I have to remember something. Hold on. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since the session started. It didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine? Well, tonight that's a part of it. His expression became inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. Take a quick glance at the pages. His contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But I also noticed that several of those disorganized notes and records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant memories in our journey, records records of memories he doesn't want to lose. Oh. Well, it ain't nothing important.
아무튼
Right, if we're done here, I'm off. Heathcliff takes the notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Roger practically bursts through the door.
캐스가 나가는 거 보고
Hey, saw Heathcliff leaving the room just now. I thought it was my turn. That was a pretty quick meeting, huh? Yeah, we didn't really talk about much. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's been so tame. Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Roger? Let's hear what was bothering her. We're on the warp train is very significant for Canto 7. Ah, okay. Wow, I mean, I figure everything in the game is significant-ish, right? Roger hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our conversation usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but hey, so I think there's something we have to talk about today. Hey, yeah, oh, so you're serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of time killing time, Roger? I don't know. What did I say? A lot. Roger carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether it's a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation, but this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar. It still hurts, isn't it? I sit there looking at Roger and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these conversations are for. What better time to do this than now? Exactly. Talking about the time you asked me about Sonia, about what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose a precise moment when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up to go off. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that, a brief bzzzt plays from the speaker and installed in my room. Testing, announcing from the driver's seat, all units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP. Repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus. Driver's seat, sure on seat. Stop pulling me. I am in the process of relaying a very important announcement. Stop getting in the way between Sharon and Mephi. Virgilia's deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus PA system before Sharon out as brief squabble came to an abrupt end. Hi, new backdoors thingy. That's what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see, I'm gonna guess that this one's for a fraction railway. But not a fan of those railways, they're so exhausting. Roger grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question. But she's standing around for down to come on, aren't you going to see what's going on? So she doesn't answer? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Roger out to the hallway. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. Sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for. It's got to be the fraction railway this time, right? Yep, line 4 most likely, huh? This is gonna suck, isn't it? Attention, the executive manager has arrived. Attention! I have assembled your force already in a timely manner. Thanks. Welcome, Dante. I heard the radio. Is there a fraction railway this time? Yes, the fourth line of the fraction railway to be exact. I think they're getting used to this. What the hell are we... Something. Woe is a heartening. Woe, 'tis a hearkening at. When the hell appears that she is requesting written pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway. It's funny how I had a hard time figuring out what it was. And so do they. To be exact, I think she's asking, when the hell are we going in? Oh. Ryoshu had been listening with a knitted brow as each senator hazarded their guesses, apparently to have fully found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Gregor and Yusen got half on that right, too. The bus lines weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. Since we're really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now. Then I shall open the gates. Oh, what happened? I clicked something and I don't know if there was text there or what. The doors open the creak and bright blue light fills my vision. Okay, no. The blue ambience almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line completely different from line 3 in its orange hue. Manager Squire, behold, these curtains, these masks, I say, visions of party lay for us, forsooth. Masks? I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again with my eyes. It was, as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of the enemies we're about to meet here. Ooh, hie thee hither, one and all. Here is a woman, her appearance is a splitting image of Lady Audas. What? There was urgency in her voice. It quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Audas standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious. Whoa, she wasn't kidding. I hope this is a lure left behind by an armed rally or something like that. Well, how about we don't tempt fate, lad? But she's quite unlike Audas. She's shrouded in a weird shadow. Whoa, look here. One that looks just like me. Hong Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his hand, the shape raised his hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed his eyes. Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness in its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of the Hong Lu's identities. I noticed 2-3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on? We'd be much better off if they were some byproduct of an abnormality. However, if they are clones, we must move swiftly to exterminate them, Executive Manager. I request that you immediately order us to prepare for battle. Give me a sec, I'll ask Faust first if... No, you must make a judgment call at this instant. If they are indeed clones, then the head will... This isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but she's never been this serious or adamant about it before. He's saying no to the attention and quickly stepped in between the two of us. Miss Faust, would you kindly share what you know of this phenomenon? Yes, this entity is not a clone. Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. The head? Faust nodded sagely as though she had just learned something new before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a pecatulum. Wasn't clearly sure, but that's the feeling I've grown used to sensing whenever we encountered the pecatula. A pecatulum. It's blindly mimicking whatever Hong Lu's doing. I'm not sure if it has much or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. It doesn't look like I want a copy of him either. Please be calm yourself, Miss Audas. It appears that aught has unnerved you. Audas bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief. My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should not have acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about sinners. Every instance of these moments seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Alice's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud. I thought them pecatula are supposed to look like monsters, in it. Distortions in the pecatula must not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance. But do you think we can handle them? Oh yeah, if they're going to swarm us like they did at the manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Virgilius, that's going to be a problem. Recall the railways or fraction we have suffered ere this one's arrival. It should not present before us a woe we cannot defeat. Yet the process shall be as grueling as it always has been, I suspect. Faust is aware that this entity is a pecatulum of envy, pecatulum invidae. Considering the strengths of the pecatula we have faced thus far, it is unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our ability to defeat. A lack of precise tiered labeling system means that it's difficult for one to make a subjective judgment. Speaking of which, what's the ETA on the new risk levels and classifications for the pecatula and distortions? The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding that project. It is likely that further details will be shared once they become more concrete. It's good to know. Oops, looks like the pecatula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, pecatulum that resembles Hong Lu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere. What the hell, mate? I'll just sit there and gawk at him when they're all legging it. Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away. Oh, blimey. A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows, I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners. Oh, that's a lot of them. Look, I think I recognize like 3 shadows that look just like me. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the pecatulum to board the subway car. and the door is shut behind them. I sense aught in the way of disquietude from this refraction railway. Fellas, there's another one coming this way. As soon as the subway train carrying a pack of two leave the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadowy people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged. How uninspired. Yeah, she probably wants to fight some. I didn't notice it earlier because of all the mess with the clones and everything, but doesn't that train look much more elaborate than we've seen before? Right, it's adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as soon as we're gawking at the ostentatiousness that was the train, something burst forth from the train car door. Did the thing just roll out a carpet for us? It's like something's inviting us in there. I ill like such manner of invitation. I agreed with you saying this is an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things on our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. Is this where we can do the refraction railway whatever thing that I haven't been able to do this whole time? This thing? Canto 7? I don't even know what this is. What is it, like a horde wave of stuff? Like the turns just don't end? Oh, Aaron, how you doing? Yeah, these are basically boss rushes. Oh, they're boss rushes. Except it's not always bosses. It's kind of strange. I can't do either one still, but I have to clear Canto 7, so we don't have to worry about that right now. We're so close. Okay, a quick bathroom. It's like waves of enemies. That's what I thought. Essentially, it's a boss rush, but sometimes just every language just have bosses. Sweet. Something else to do in the game? Nice. Alright, be back. I see he finished up his bleed team. That's nice. Yeah, we got it going on. As soon as we get this part done, we'll switch her for the manager, and we're gonna run these four and these. We're gonna get the princess in here. So princess, these four, and then these two. Let's go into the next intervalo. I totally thought we're gonna be there for Canto 7. Didn't know there was another one. And that was just showing the Bacterium Invade that was introduced there. So is there a chance we're going to be fighting like ourselves? First class. Story. I think the Ring 5S Dakin is better than Princess, I can't lie. More than likely, yeah. But, I mean... I ended up sharding her. Like, the Favis or whatever was on accident. Like, I pulled her from the 13 Lunacy pull. And it's like, I'll probably end up using her two Cantos from now. So I don't want to use her now. You know what I mean? It's like, to make it kind of cooler, like, use these 6. And maybe, yeah, we're going to use these 2 in the future. When I'm running a Blood Fiend team, then, yeah, she's better. Yeah, okay, yeah. I thought that too. Would you do murder on the warp train now? Yeah, I will. Mr. Flip Flops. We're going to go right now. First class. She does work with the Favis student, but fair enough. Let's see. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get our next destination, P Corp. Got into our fancy first class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but Doctor, please respond. There's first thing I saw when my vision returned was a perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. And I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train. Which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost unknown dimension. Then I understand a considerable degree of disorientation, but what? What the hell happened? First things first, let's rewind and return to the very start of the highly unfavorable situation we found ourselves in a few days ago. Is this murder on the warp train? Is it kind of like murder on the Orient Express? A few days ago. Our next destination is to Warp Train Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring.
본인이 잘못 들은 것이겠지.
Insane eats. Verily, I must have misheard. I'm quite certain you didn't, Don Quixote. We're now en route to the T-Corp Warp train station. The Warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there. Indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop out of one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no. We are boarding a warp train to get to P-Corp, end of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try to reading into it. It was only natural that sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of those sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train. Through that vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone letting them get their 2 cents usually end up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. So I have very dim, if present at all, recollection of time during which I wear the identities. And it can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind warp train's operation can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories. What? I also heard that the passengers get so weary of boredom that they start literally ripping and tearing to one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see Master Chief with my own eyes. Doing a wee bit of flashback before we get into the story. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the advantage of somewhat of our worst enemies without getting affected by the philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important, sometimes I share with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Their collective agitations, possible and compliance have already been anticipated. Lady Faust, and thou hast known this all along, wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along. As no knowledge is out of Faust's reach, naturally a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it? The bus. So what about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Sharon vetoes too. No one to feed Matthew when Sharon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. There is where most passengers will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier. First-class passengers, what the seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you got those sods whose proudest accomplishments in life is planting their asses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Why are you glaring at me like that? I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat like as expensive as 3 or 4 months' salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for us each? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I've heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is a promotional language, yes. They are flash-freeze hibernation capsules to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to B. Passengers will feel as though the trip is over in a blink of an eye. Company's regards for our well-being is unfamiliar yet to welcome. To be priced such an extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide insurance of first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. It seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved the budget and given only the executive manager and the loyal advisor access to those seats. What a kiss-ass. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, right? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right, I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I know you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting in a first class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who's been holding that first class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get in our capsules, shut our eyes, snooze to the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. Or they used to give out commemorative merch back when the finances were in the gutter, and oh, a true adventure is not without its hardships, yet even the most exalted of heroes cannot adventure without respite. And in very rare occasions, only the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was growing consensus among sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. Oh, board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virginia's pretended not to hear Roshi's question.
좋아. 그럼 다
Very well, then I assume that are all in agreement. Let's go.
결과
저 가장 중요한 질문이
I have a matter of great importance to discuss with thee.
뭐냐?
What is it? Out with the last beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. It is in the first class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. Where did the nonsense gossip come from this time? Like, they can't wear shoes?
소문이 아니오.
'Tis no gossip, forsooth. I have overheard aught from those we have walked past here today. I am. One of them inquired, you know, you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me, I've never been on one of these either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Reconante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Reconante to the side next to such fragilities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Talking about her shoes?
이게 진짜
Oh, you little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prithee grant me thy permission, allow me to board with Rosinte. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exaggerated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은
Fine, keep your shoes on. The Northern Fixer. More reading. Rocinante. Rocinante. We'll say that. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovering from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them. Yeah, I've got nothing. Or know anything about what they're asking. Eagle asked, gesturing toward Mersal with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from its respective nest architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise a warp train station as one of many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea what happened, but Hiko started treating Mersal like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Yeah. Mersal, young Mersal. Lo, is the passion over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population, while the individual's clothes-based style is something ambiguously observed throughout the population of North and South. They are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lecture. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits, understandably so given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Rocinante. Ah. 3 seconds of screaming, duet of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. Fixer from the what the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant on my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who'd never even seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition only to lose my target, and now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Guys, is that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the round trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Well, watch out, big fella. Some might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for a moment before to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes. Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes, and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed, 'tis grand, the city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. Yes, there really are a lot of people in the city with full body prosthetics. That's when Virgilia slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Rendezvous? Oh, well, the illustrious renegade is not right alongside us? Every court policy demands that fixtures bestowed with the color or title must board a train specifically prepared for them instead. Why? Oh, are you riding the first class plus or something? That's the color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. Shrine wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi would be lonely. I've told you before, Shrine, 3 separate times. Actually, each time I brought you one of those candies that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars. Well then, Miss Faust. Yes, Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted a particularly peeved Shrine away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Damn. Whoa. Hey, our colors are starting to come back. Ooh. Hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drink off the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise of the rows upon rows of expensive looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess this literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze a solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by a rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model is fully resolved to cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by the formation of sharp ice crystals from frozen water molecules. I missed about half what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, everyone will be reverted to original state at the start of the train trip upon arrival. The outcome will be no different from there having been no issue in the first place. You got some real talent dragging out something simple as, yeah, it's safe to so many words, seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about, just as we were wondering. However, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There still exists in the world information to which Faust is yet to have access. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said might not always align with the truth. Okay. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in a blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, prepare thyselves. I say, Rocinante, thus begins a long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote, do you ever, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Raja? I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah, and do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleeky gunk out of our clothes? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right, and do you also remember how Don Quixote never took his shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask you, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now, behold, hearken to it, and remember it well. And if they don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Wowzers, have you ever been on one of these before, Aldous? I've been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandioso back when. There's nothing to fuss over. Alice, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sailors, a history of accidents that occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Seriously. Wait, what do you mean? Beep. Oh, looks like the train's about to depart. This is for warp train PW612 bound for P-Corps. Boarding period is ending soon. The sailors who were either leisurely enjoying their commercial snacks or taking a long look around the first-class car suddenly became a lot busier. Then let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this? The other sailors made it to their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling. Are you nervous, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Don't worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw from my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by we'll meet again in about a moment. Dante, you must wake up, Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was an unexpected situation has occurred. Unless something has seriously gone wrong. Yikes. Disappearing passengers? That's not good. We're here already. Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register as something I got on Ari. She said it. No, we have not yet arrived at our destination. Huh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again. And realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running? Yes. Then where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension, coordinates unknown. Take a reflective, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed in that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was what we were about to suffer, the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yes, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw us coming from a mile away. Sure, she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of the situation. This is all just part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened to blink of an... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already for real? It really happened to blink of an... No. Whoa, we're here already? I guess it really was running over... No. Oh. No. I have not uttered a single word yet. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat tone explanation for our current predicament, which was then followed by a long loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Not to understand your confusion, however, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstances is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running, and we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Ooh, all about that striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew this would happen, Faust? Yes. Ah, what the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners each begin to voice their anger. No. Of course, this is one of the first time Faust and Megillus intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come. Are you actually serious? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in near immediate destruction of the physical body. If I'll at least tell us she knew what to do like you always do, you got a plan, right? No. Right? No. Faust, who had rarely even ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. Oh, what's up with her? Lass looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. You said that something unexpected has happened. The other sinner's anger is completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of engagement is harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation and start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke up in the middle of this trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust, all of it, and in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine, I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, has involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. What? Theory Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. Distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for Derby Corp based on the available information. It can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, as any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away, alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is a problem whose precise cause and effect we must determine. Did Derby Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that Derby Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard from the Derby Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master key card that can open and close the hibernation capsules at any time. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contracts are filled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings, every single one of them has been absolutely barmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. Yeah, seriously. At least at T Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after explanations and bite with a sigh. I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's something out there monitoring everything you say and do, right? That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time I will take your inputs into account. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. Yeah, seriously. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans of backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for 1,000 years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? Must converse in a lower volume, Dante. Why are we whispering? Your secretive attitude only exuberated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Faust has been severed. My connection to Faust has been severed? No. My connection to Faust has been severed. That's what I was reading it. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. Oh, no Wi-Fi. And just like that, that was feeling I had turned out to be right. Inaccessible. Ooh, a fight. This looks good. 1, 2, 3. Oh, she didn't do that much damage because she's number 6. Okay. I thought she was number like 1. We can make her number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can pick 12 backup units. Why would I need backup units? I didn't even level her up, so she has to be last. Oh, wait a minute. It's gonna go her, then her, then her. Oh, I can switch them out too. Okay. Why would I need backup units at all? We can just put anyone, right?
최선은 다해볼게요.
I don't really have any good... Yeah, we'll just keep her like this. Don't need to presently, but can. Present deployment does not buff damage. No, not the Discord server. Yeah. It's about... I know it doesn't buff damage, but it buffs, like, when you get to go a second time. Right? Like, during non-focused encounters. So if she was number 6 on that last... During that dungeon in the last intervalo, she didn't get to go twice, which is why her damage was at the bottom when it showed, like, the damage done. I thought the damage done was the total over the whole dungeon and not just the fight. Since I don't know what's coming, we can just... Did this not click? This isn't clicking for some reason. My mouse is not working.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에만 내가 이제야 부르나 좀요.
오늘도 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
What do you mean you can't? I mean, it is most literal sense. My access to Faust's input information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this history is something you don't have access to yet, like he said last time?
그럴 가능성은
One cannot
배제할
completely
수
dismiss the
없지만
possibility, but even that is uncertain. Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then Faust, right now you're... Yes, at this moment I am limited to using only knowledge that
제가 갖고 있는
that is in
지식만
my possession.
활용하고 있습니다. 원인은
I
알수
cannot
없습니다.
discern this cause of this connection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this, or even if I was taking into account this particular dimension may not have been subject to cross-observation yet.
그것도 아니라면
If this is not the case, then I know. Never mind.
탑승 직전까지만
There is nothing that suggests that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we board the train, to be honest.
부분적인 당혹
If I find myself in a somewhat perplexed state. Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch and cabs were closed when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just my setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager would drive the convoy down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're all right about why you're disconnected, then the problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge of my own clock, the sinners, and I feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to warp train operation must be a source of enough stress. It would be best not to share Faust's current state with them and add an unnecessary source of tension. What, so Rick? Reckon this door ain't gonna do anything. We're all going to be bite it once it opens? Look, how many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? Dang. A billion years in this box. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that might be best. How would it be a billion years? You're going from one side of a huge city to another. I don't really know how big this city is and why we had to take a warp train. Well, like how long would it have taken to drive? We're only on the warp train, I guess, because it sounds like it's only because of this distortion, if anything. Yeah, that might be the best. So what now? Do we take a search and sweep through each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. 3 days? As per the contract between Lemons Company and Debris Corp, I acquired the master key card placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there's no way for the economy class passengers into the first class car. This is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions, Debris Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where they thrash the shit out of one another, tearing their limbs off, all that mess. Oh, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, there's supposed to be business as usual for Debris Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Yo, Nola, how you doing? Precisely, in my opinion, it is. Ooh, hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou so hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay rapping, forsooth past this case must be him. As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an expression half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. Is it possible that there must be, Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone suddenly turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes beautifully and thought, Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. That there are times in which a physical altercation is preferably to detach ruminations. No, my suggestion, huh? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Bleep. I've been doing alright. How about you? I've been doing fine. Just do my dailies and do the mirror dungeons and play every day and finally get on here to move the story along. To be honest, sometimes I stress over just trying to get on here because I want to get the story going. Bleep. After a brief mechanical beep. Ooh, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Yikes. Are these creatures people? They are.
위에서
What
당신을
are they?
관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Craving blood bag passenger?
기대하고 있겠어.
Why would you even board the train to turn in to do this? They probably should just not have the train like that at all. And you weren't here, but I pulled her on one of the 13 lunacy pulls. I don't know what to call them. I'd like to call it a free pull, where like you could do it once a day for free, but it's not free. But I'd like to call it that every time I think about it. Because I'll go something like, I'll do this thing where I'll go, it's like a reduced cost lunacy pull they can do once a day. And it's really long. I wish there was a word for it. Just we could all agree on, we say this word and that means that. But I got her on the free pull. That probably works anyway. So we're using her now just for the current event. Oh wait a minute! I moved all those people around. I probably should have kept them because we're trying to get currency for that other one. We totally messed up. We'll fix it. Pay lunacy?
어중간한
I know, but it's just the one pull.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
I mean, you can use paid lunacy on the 10 pulls, right?
한 조치였습니다. 직접 싸워보지 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이.
The paid pull?
관리자의 전투 교육도 위에 제시해야 할 수 있겠어.
It looks like my twin I'm fighting. But he has a hat on.
왕의 비호를
Like if I owned a train, first class passengers sit in a capsule and they wake up, but then besides the freight cars, the economy turns into some bathing like dudes like this. I think I'd probably call it. Be like, I don't know if we should still be running this thing and have an econo class at all. The daily 13. The daily 13.
임파스터.
제가 괜히 먹을
뭐?
것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런
The paid one pull.
효과를 기대했었죠.
Re-extract? I don't know.
훌륭한 반말만.
가족이 되기엔 약하고.
파우스트군.
Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers,
제대로 살이
for really,
보낼 수 없는
'tis as though they were in
성이
complete want of sense, like people pilotified by the whale. Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against him, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sure thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Yeah, aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners who were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior, they might have soon realized that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote, they are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh, it appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space, therefore it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life or away from death remain intact. My relief, Faust managed to rarely figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this. Oh, what was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that now all sinners are content nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. Flow time is seized aboard a warp train, is it? Yi Sang grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. I'll bet, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time is decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is perspective regarding this suggestion? Jeez. Yes, that is the most rational suggestion you're saying. Oh, did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, you're saying sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it easier language that we're broaching the subject? Gladly, if you would allow me. You seem to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train.
너무 생략하는
And
것
can you
같아.
may speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Down character lowered her head and listened close to what appeared to be a dismembered torso and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, internal delay aboard this train existence and continuance of moratorium. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I little understand what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same. If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession Debut Corp claim agent has come to be. I see, because someone will have to recognize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. You absolutely want to shard the wolf lady? Impasto? She says that? I never even hear her, but I have it kind of low. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Wolf lady is all mine. Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives, the station passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the Debut Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. Dude, that's quite the auspicious news among all little tidings indeed. It soon clicked to me what Faust was, though it was some awkward effort trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Ooh, she was a while ago would not fit it even necessary to do something like that. Dante, what's up? Oh, time to whisper it. Indeed, I tend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered, are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormality sorcery or Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar distortions, but also different. If you had to ask them, I'm going to guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There's no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smother herself with gore in her hands? Ooh, finally the awakening has begun. Going to do the paid pull first, see if I get him. See, paid pull! Yeah. I really want the Ricardo ID. Good, go do that. He's really fun. I accidentally switched the whole team around that I need to switch back, and I don't remember who they were. Is this... Oh wait, I don't have to switch it back, but I should. Right? It was just this. Yeah. Oh no, I'm supposed to put that support ID in. That's right. Oh, I gotta remember to do that. You have Shard of the Wolf Lady. Nice. Inaccessible. This is the thing we've been forgetting to do this entire time. He just has to be in the group, right? I don't think anyone's gonna die here.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Yeah, they have to be in the loadout for you to get the bonus. Yeah, I totally forgot. It's been like how many? Oh no, it was just one. It was just that one fight. Just have to be, yeah, on the bench. We could use him, but nah.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
꿰뚫려라.
I remember when we uptied W Corp Aldis when I got her, and then read that. It was weird. It was like, I don't know what she was talking about. I thought she was fighting. Is this the same node you just played? I sure hope not. That'd be kind of weird. I think it is. Should I just leave? I think it probably is. And that's why we had information on it. But if I leave right now, it won't take the 20 cost, right? I don't know, I didn't. Maybe I'm getting tired. I think it is. It probably is. It's, yeah, it probably is. You'll refund the energy if you leave. That's what I thought too. You could just leave. Yikes. Multi-crack office. That's okay. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door to the next cabin only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors. Oh, passengers in danger, fret not, for I have arrived too. Ah! Oh, is this that one person we saw at the Northern Fixer? Whoa, whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A foreign woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swing arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning for practically kicked that door open. Oh, would you mind moving that huge sword over our faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect the civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see this old timer's got left in him? Different fixer person? Looks same-ish. This is not forearms though. Thou art from the north, verily. The garb is that of northerners, no? It's really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah. How do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you on about? Weird, you look completely lost. If you're one of the contact cars, I'm sure you've been seen. Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very, aren't first class seats supposed to be, well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Named Sasha, multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but geez, can y'all believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? It broke down? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? And how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting in a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high quality parts for him so I can still feel them all. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging if I want to sync up with other parts ASAP. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Having a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. It's not vacant. Sub 3201 red colors, 3202 red colors. You have decided to protect them despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, 'tis the expected duty of a valorous fixer to stand guard in front of the lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far 0 transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what the hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train, so if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back and spread like wildfire until it reached here. I see, and that's all I can tell you about Zidran. So what's your story? Why'd you rich, first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars, so what's your business down here? David Kerber's hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers. Indeed, fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. They got every single one of you first-class ticket. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. So David Kerber already knew this would happen? But are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. As you must be aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that David Kerber is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those Wolfie boys either. Alfie? Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof they are actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master key card Mr. W Corp believe that I can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove they're actually contracted by W Corp. A key card, so use this to open the path between the first class economy class car. Let's see, W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. Fixer finally got out of our way, then with one of her free hands pointing toward the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. On your victory lap, if you guys really are that good, lots of luck to y'all. Thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. Shall trust thee with protection of this fortress, prithee you protect the innocents in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Oh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, the little pageant pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Half clanker, Sasha? Yeah. Hey, forsooth. Whoa, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mightst know me as profoundly illustrious fixer. Whoa, I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and... worry thyself not, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squirrel. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something? Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like what? You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway, am I right? Good move. I was getting worried what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes? Faust strode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. Be 300k on per inquiry. That is quite a sound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us.
저희 쪽 의뢰가
Have you considered the
성공적으로
possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to your particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? What? References? Whoa, are you serious? Well, then let me hear it.
혹시
Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red by any chance? Sasha paused her swing arms for a moment upon hearing the question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know, those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red, the passenger's over there has got red eyes, and oh, you there, the lady with the big swords also has got red eyes. What is this? Is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction and opened the door to the next car. Good. Good luck, new Limits player. Did any of you get the Faust and Hung Lu Good Smile plush? Well, thank you. Whistle. It was just as we feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Ew. I'm guessing there's a fight in the next scene as opposed to talking. Oh, you can unlock it. Is it worth coming back and trying to do the hard difficulty? So there must be 10 more of these. Painting of Hell. Enter. We want to support him with this guy. There we go. So we should be getting this and this, this and that. We might actually be done. We could switch her out if we wanted. We'll check it later. It's not really a big deal right now.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게
No, I can't afford it. I
칠해주겠지.
don't think I can take care of plushies in the way they deserve. You get the lunacies again when you do it on hard. Oh, okay. Free lunacy. Hard if it gives more lunacy if you clear. So there's that. Oh, alright. Do you get more of the event currency too? It's mainly for players on current content when the bunk cap comes out. It has to compete on normal first though. Yeah. It says I have to beat 7-38. Like, even so.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색깔.
꿰뚫려라.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
You're talking about that part where it says is that Impostu right there? Even it's basically when hard version comes out. Ah.
임파스터.
Oh, that part.
먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 딴테. 이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
감상은 어떤가요?
왜? 좀 긁혔어?
또한 용서할 테니.
이제 힘을 나요. 대속이 가져가네요.
Then Ivala gets voiced and we get the event shop in the hard mode.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
사료 산초 경연도 축소하네.
확실히 훌륭하군, 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
I hated the ice intervala. I actually showed Nightmare Fuel bosses. The ice intervala? Which one was that?
가롭고 거친 궤적. 뜯겨나간 실처럼 엉망.
Did we get him? We did get him. Aha! Whee! We did it. Okay, so we go to Sam, we go to Bleed, and we can put him in here. Well, this is the Bleed team. What about this team? Is this the one we were trying to look at? No, this is the one we were going to do, but we're not going to do, so we can just throw it away. But we could put him in the Bleed team for now, because we're going to end up switching these people out, right? We can do something like... No. What we should do with this team number 1 is put everyone we're going to use in the next Kanto. Because like the Rupture team is going to be Haishu, and I think the Bleed team should be the one we're going to use in the future. Which should be this guy. Right? Nah, it feels like there's too much stuff to move around. We'll go down to this one. I could say Bleed, but we probably know it's going to do this. This. We don't have her yet. We don't have her yet. Probably do him. Him. Don't have him yet. Don't have her yet. We have her. We don't have him. Not yet. We don't have him yet either. We just do it like that. Just leave it like this for now. If all enemies are staggered to choose win rate, it saves time. It does. Yeah, it does. I just thought about doing that, to be honest. So we could switch her back to Princess like this now. And we'll still run her and him for the current stuff. It kind of depends, right? Like, is there anything else that's cool? Is this cool? $750 for that? It's kind of a lot. I don't know if I'd get it there in time. When is it over? Oh, it's over like in 3 weeks. Never mind. I probably could get it if I keep with the same team, right? $1,300. Maybe we just keep with the same team and keep gathering stuff. Because that's the only way. We're using him, so we can't like switch him out. Oh yeah, I've only had my ticket since it came out. Right now I have a mix between the raid and nocturnal sleeping, which looks pretty awesome as well, but the lure of cherry blossom closes me. I just stick to one team, okay, I don't need to rush and make more teams. Nah, this is the one we'll use like 2 Kantos, 3 Kantos from now. 2, 8, 9, yeah. And it's just here. It doesn't kind of like this one. It's just here. Where I'm looking forward is like looking at, I'm putting stuff in a way where we can earn currency but still have some sort of synergy. And it's just about, do I want to keep using her or switch? But for currency's sake, I guess we're just going to keep her. I mean, once you hit, maybe if we hit, no, I was gonna say if we hit Kanto 7 and start doing the story, it might be best to switch her back to synergize with the Macallan stuff, but I've yielded my flesh, Nitro Seaman, on the magic bullet. Don't know. I mean, what's the percentage you get from here? 40? Was a buying energy box first to play more and collect more currency than XP and threads. Play more, collect more currency than experience and threads. Energy boxes? Tension's already heard a bunch of times. Hey, Dinasha, how you doing? I do buy energy box. I do like this energy exchange, but I don't do it now because I'm doing the intervallo and stuff where I need to spend it. But usually Like, you know, if I'm not doing this stuff, I just come on and switch these. The Incan Fallon exchange. Get the nocturnal sweeping background with the AK Hangul Ego. Get the nocturnal sweeping background with the AK Hangul Ego? You're talking about in this? There's an ego? You can buy 12? Oh, you're talking about this. Oh, this stuff. As opposed to this stuff, you mean? Well, maybe it's worth just running around with her then. I wasn't even... Oh, you're talking about your tickets. Okay. You're talking about these, though. Like, these are cool. But you can also buy these, right? I don't know if I need 50 more crates. Shards are infinitely more valuable than Incan Fallon crates. Yeah, these. Oh, no, shards. They are. I mean, I have, what, 700 or something? I don't know how much I actually need. I have 740 still. I do, however, been running out of thread slowly. He can end my dreams all he wants. Well, we'll just keep gaining currency. We'll just keep her in there to gain currency and figure out what we're gonna do. We have 3 weeks anyway, so we have a lot of delay on our side, which is why he can't keep up. Let's just keep going. Don't accidentally pick the same one. Okay, well, we got to support again. Switch to this guy right here. Oh, look. Someone has the... Which one's the better photo? It's this one, right? It doesn't really matter. Conversation disconnected.
잘 됐네.
I'm trying to keep up. It's going quick. Yeah, 600 is a few. You can buy 400 from event. You can buy 400 from event? Oh, yeah, huh? Guess it's just worth keeping it, like, the way it is.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Usually if everyone's staggered or there's only one person left, I will hit win rate just to keep it quicker. But there was one interaction. And I was kind of thinking... At Twitch have a low delay. Don't think the forced ads though. I don't like the forced ads.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠. 허레이드와
I think in like when something's unopposed, it's cool to use the skill 3 or ish, but I almost would rather use something that hits lesser to keep the skill 3 for a clash. Seems to be working out alright. Like, see how there's a clash now and I have this? If I had used it, I might have had... well, I didn't check what was coming, but I would have had something else. I would have had something, 2 smaller ones, right? Somebody got staggered?
산소를 경혈 온 라샹.
I'm not too sure what the delay is. I actually see your text before it pops up on the screen. Like if you have it on full mode and the text is on the screen when you guys chat, there is a small delay there. I think I can switch it to be instant. Because sometimes I think I might be answering something before you read it. I don't know, I've watched my own videos back, but I don't really remember.
눈높이를 낮춰라. 골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
죄인인가?
YouTube priority should be energy boxes, experience tickets, thread, star boxes, track tickets, and then what you want. Energy boxes? I'm not too sure if I need those. Thread is cool. Shard boxes would be fine.
불가능한 이의 새
Extract tickets, we buy those, and then what you want. According to YouTube, my present delay is 5-6 seconds, and you can switch it to later if you feel like it. 5 to 6 seconds? Are you talking about when I answer your chat, or 5 to 6 seconds between when you type it and then when you see it on my screen? Because it probably is set up to 5-6 seconds. I rarely use and keep boxes, to be honest. Me too. I don't really use too many boxes. I do sometimes, only when I'm playing the story. For when it shows up, yes. Okay, well, let me check this really quick. Hide delay. Hide delay? Chat delay is actually on 0 seconds. So that's that. I have it on 0 seconds. I've never used the boxes at all. Oop. That kind of stinks, though. But it's there. I guess it's okay. If it doesn't bother anybody, I mean, what can I do?
어디에서도 볼 수 없을
You have 3,000 worth of Enkinfallen? Wow. I don't mind yielding my lunacy if I need a refill. I think I have like 10 boxes. Stream delay, silly, just chat delay is something. Oh, you will need a lot of modules for future, mainly for experienced excavations. When you would ask a question, it would be around 30 seconds before you can see us answer. Yeah, I have like 60 boxes. When you would ask a question, it would be around 30 seconds before you can see us answer. Yeah, that is true. It is true. It does seem to be about that long. Everything's unopposed. I mean, technically, if I did the harder hitting moves right now, we probably just maybe end this fight, but it's not needed. They're almost dead. Yeah, see? I really just need Sonic Valley modules daily. I never actually use so like when there's the excavations, I don't do 3 of each. I just do 1 of each. That I had around 120 until I checked it right now. Do battling. Unless doing a hard mode mirror dungeon run in which I need 18 more. Woo, battling a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. It can't be helped. Fighting narrow hallways like these are pretty exhausting for people who use long weapons like we do. These enemies were much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it's inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down. Ooh, what are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think about... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers? First, of course, Faust not confirmed or denied his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite, it's apparent that they hunger for aught, charging anyone anything in a desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. Could be determined from the enemy's behavior that their attack patterns have no basis in rational thought. Their source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smell blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your insights has all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? You're in luck, Dante. I have read upon the subject as a tangent while pursuing information regarding our next destination. Moments before we boarded the train, and while that will be a useful element in resolving this situation, the tangent have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment, however this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present you before your solution to this predicament. Is this something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whoever's in our way? What will not change? That will not change. No, however, what I'm about to share with you, will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind Debbie Corp's contract and provide us with the possible means of finding a method by which we may complete it. It's very likely that the entity behind the instance of this train, and by extension every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. Ooh, a blood fiend. Ooh, kind of like we are. Hold on, quick bio.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Doing daily inconfalent refill for 26 lunacy is a good deal. Is that like apparently Dante has all the W Corp IDs yet nobody knows about blood fiends? I do. The paid lunacy you're talking about, is that like it only costs 26 and you can do it 10 times? That is a good deal, sure. I'm not really too. Once I started, I tried like gaining up on some thread through Luxcavations. I was running around 60 of these and instantly dropped down to 20. Increases price with each refill. Okay. Personally, I will never do lunacy refresh, but it's a good deal when you need ink. Increases. Okay. When you need the green stuff. Blood fiends. More fights? Let's go. Then we gotta do the support thing again. Here. No wait. Here. No wait. They're both the same? Same thing. Well, which one's the version of where he's... Did this one? I can't tell which one's which. Let's do the one where he's showing his face. So it's only really I can only do it twice. Ah. When you need threads and don't have crates, the lunacy refills are worth. Wow. I didn't think about that. Maybe I'll do that because I have a lot of leveling up to do in the future.
최선이겠죠?
For sure. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that? You of all people haven't heard of blood fiends? Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have neither read nor heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory. Don Quixote forward her brows gently lost it as though the very words sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monstrous stories to scare children at night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Talking about vampires?
아,
Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic sign is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past when I served as a commanding officer, and I have sensed the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I'm quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. There is a blood fiend among the ranks of the fingers too, but things that blood fiend commanded weren't rubber glove looking like these. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs like with abandon like this. But don't you know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past, so long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you say, thus far the dangers we face in this change now appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have been failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bag? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to appear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve intelligence regarding warp trains or W Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find any exception to the above rule. Within that reserve intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formulation of a new hypothesis. But you're saying that these blood fiends completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Why at the beginning? While the word violence is a rather large umbrella term, it likely involves activities such as cannibalization. However, as the passengers collective time itself is in a moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process should be active. In other words, even cannibalized passengers can be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could get the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are by their nature obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion is not a thing here? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a process fundamentally different from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination of entailment of something that forms the self, including and limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then it must follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is processed isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. Ooh, I ain't following even half of that. Yeah, seriously, you exist in a moratorium of time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist. They not anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they are in a state of alteration or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said the emotions once past exist not in continuation. The passenger's will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, does it not all gently atrophy into non-existence even amidst the ceased time? This Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves as how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha, so that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also devour, which means they can't be pieced back together. There is no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions if you'd permit me. He's saying as the first to break silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends, and such is the case, then by which method do that information is inaccessible at the moment? Faust replies, avoiding Yi Seng's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible, huh? Indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles in the entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, the villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed, if we are to believe the words of the fix from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in the direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the Blood Fiend. Very well, I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished at the villain's hands. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other singers also appeared rather satisfied now that we had a clear sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amongst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
He said, Ryosho already encountered a blood fiend.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
So these IDs I'm using are blood fiends.
즐기고 있나?
But Ryosho also has red eyes. Is she also a blood fiend?
허레이드와 피날레. 행진했고
Ryosho's Ryosho.
소목의 피날레다. 왕의 피날 하사하다. 제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
감상은 어떤가요?
Well, I used to have that pinned a long time ago, and a lot of people asked for it. How do you remember that?
그래,
이번 소식은
그렇게
거기다.
시원하게
You talking about that's my friend code?
짝짝짝
I want a blood fiend middle Claire to visit me at 4:31 a.m. in the morning and do the thing. You do? 4:31 exactly.
감상은 어떤가요?
나쁘지 않아요.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지만
I just went to an early part of the live stream. Oh, that's smart.
적합한 조치였습니다.
따뜻한
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
인간
Kind of always in view if you're not in story combat. Yeah. I sent your friend request. Could you accept? Yeah, of course. I like to read. I like to look at what everyone's like picture is and ID and like what the text you put on there. That sounds cool.
목숨줄만 붙어있군.
Blood feast.
곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시.
So I'm gonna assume we're going to encounter, like that's where we're going, and Don Quixote's
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
Don Quixote's story has to do with these blood fiends, which would be kind of weird.
엎드리도록
No, but the words meat and creamer have done a huge number of manager tickets. Yeah, I do know that.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 마스터.
Head, yeah, I'm sure.
내가
고기
어보이보다
조각이
뛰어났어.
되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
I'm not sure if these are making the fights longer to not choose everything seems so unopposed for some reason. Sometimes they choose like a skill 3 and not looking at their health, and it's like one shot and they die. It's like, well, it's kind of a waste of the skill 3, right?
해장 시간이 되었다. 그럼
Dang.
안녕히.
항상 저희 영광을
훌륭한
일깨워
단발이시다.
주시는군요.
너희의 무대. 이
이런다면서
승리로
Alright, we just win right this. It's one guy.
영광이 떠올랐어요.
어느 바라는 것도 상부의 지시인지라.
Why don't I defense skills if it's a hopeless clash? I didn't see a hopeless one, but I could. Sometimes one must be in a state of hopelessness in order to find hope. Believe it or not, you're just saying things already said by other people in previous streams. Why don't you use defense skills if in a hopeless clash? Believe it or not, there has been times where we were hopeless in a clash and won, and there were times where we were like dominating in a clash and lost. You're new here?
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는
Oh yeah, it's right here. You're correct.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은
I didn't see a hopeless clash, but there are times when it is hopeless that I do actually use a defensive skill. In fact. I think I saw a lot of unopposed, and I saw some struggle ones. I didn't see any hopeless ones, I think. Insufficient Inconfallen. So you're saying just to do the lunacy one? Because it's 12 lunacy only? There's hope in every hopeless clash. It's hopeless, but there is hope. Quite the RNG to be like hopeless but win, and then be dominant but lose. Or even have like full SP and then flip tails. Like that's the worst. Could just use boxes, right? One box, I have 10. This is what I normally use boxes for. I normally do it like this. I don't use the lunacy. Unopposed because an enemy is staggered or uses defense skills. Oh yeah. I thought so because I didn't see that many staggered on the field, but there is a lot of defense skills. Yeah. Maybe just use a box this time. Okay, we gotta make sure we put our boy back in here. Good looking middle big brother, which we can't. I don't know which one's better, the glasses or the no glasses. Get the full on Heathcliff smile or the kind of quietly I'm checking you out. Use boxes, you can buy 12 from event anyways. Good idea. Let's do the ICU.
당장 집행해 주지.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
What? I didn't want to do that. My mouse is not working. Like this struggle one. Like we could do a defense here. Like, right? Let's just see what happens. Is it because I'm getting some people staggered on the struggle ones? The uptight versus unuptight art debates continue still. It does. Money Clip checking me out, so I put him as uptight 1 art. Okay, that was worded poorly. I apologize. Yeah, we were talking about the one where he pulls his glasses down, right? I was like, ooh. Well, like he's struggling, but he doesn't. He won't gain any SP if I don't try, right? Like that's what I feel like I'm stuck in right now. The only way he might gain some is if he somehow kills, but it is a struggle. Like again, we could just put him. We could do. Oh my gosh! I meant to click on the defense going in before I clicked over. Whoops. Is he taking a beating? Where is he? Like everyone's moving around too quickly. Oh, he's already gotten staggered. So I guess even on the struggle ones, I should probably put a defense on him because. Okay, that was word. Because he is getting hit.
지원반을 떠올렸어요.
Gregor's under leveled. I don't mind having Heathcliff check me out either. Issue being struggle is annoying. Sure is. Wouldn't mind having Heathcliff check me out. Yeah, I think we all would like that. Gregor's under leveled, I guess. I think they're all hovering around 40. Like we purposely keep this a little lower so it's a struggle bus. I don't actually level them up to like 50 or anything. I don't see how, so it's pretty clearly stated. Yeah, it isn't worded poorly. It's worded exactly what you meant.
한 사람의 상황을 24개의 늑골이
한산의 지식에 힘이
If I pay attention more, I notice he has been the one that's been... See, like, everyone's at, like, 41. I do this on purpose. I get an ID, and I level him exactly to about 40, 41. Gregor's perfect level just that the Gregor puts bleed on himself, which boosts enemy conditions. Oh. Well, bleeding himself, what's the gain for himself? More damage, more healing, clash power. He does something must happen for bleeding himself. How's it play with priests? And it's good to get staggered early to not worry later. Oh, okay. Prager. The max level of those Sizzy Praise Carrier is 300 hit points is pretty cool. Bleed on South still gives Blood Feast. The power of early stagger. Blood Feast is bleed damage taken by allies. Prager. Impasto.
거기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Like, who is struggling? Like, here I could do this as a defense for fun, right? If we want to play super correctly, I guess I can call it. Every day is pretty good early in the battle, but feast wise.
친해졌네요.
Priest's blood feet, you did. Priest's go and generate so much blood feast. These fights are actually kind of long. I'm used to them going very much more faster when we do these kind of like, what are they called? Unfocused ones.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 아듀.
한 번에 돕게. 나쁘지 않아요.
마지막으로 남길 말? 훌륭한 반말만 해요.
can't bear to let go of Fire Fist, though. Prager unfortunately falls off when you have good bleed generators. Essentially, his need for Blood Feast as much, and his damage is mid, but he is good tank still. The #1 Blood Fiend hater? Who's that? Manager Esquire, halt, behold this poor fellow, he still lives. He lives still. Down to her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, no, stay away from me, you monsters. He's a worker? Hey man, we're not those monsters, you alright? Huh? That arm, you're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. Wait, no, this is... Barrier stumbled forward, scoffed, then cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, prosthetic, or whatnot. Is it pops that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city? Prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So, what are the Debbie Corps employees doing aboard this train? You're right. From what we found about the warp trains through the days, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. If the contract fixer's right, we were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there. And this cannot be Faust. Is there truly no way to cure the blood bags?
죄송합니다.
My apologies. Access to information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the singers in a situation like this either. I also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them, lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made a good use of this place. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Who, what in the name of wings is this? Perchance hast thou hidden here a weapon most powerful, but most feared by the blood fiends? It holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first class car, but why would that thing be here? The claim agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Ooh, finally, and what is that thou seekest to do? Dairy Corp prepared a small high-range pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then, huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, the only folding chair and a wall covered with visceral remains. Viscera. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stare at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요. 마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수
The next car.
완벽한 걸작을.
More fighting. Fantastic.
파시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Says recommended level is 45. We want to at least keep it hard, right? Like we could literally turn it up to level everyone up to max level and this, that, and the other, and then we might smoke it in a way. But we only will do that if it's really, really hard, and I can't even beat it. But that hasn't fallen upon us just yet. Sorry, here should be this. Right? I mean...
이번 소재는 거기보다
상공외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신
Got staggered anyway.
설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 일단은 줄게. 나쁘지 않아요.
왕의 뷰 하사한다.
일단은 줄게. 나쁘지 않아요.
해전병같이
I got staggered anyway.
있을 때인가.
Oh well, you guys said it was good.
평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
감상은 어떤가요?
일단은 줄게.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는
나쁘지
맛이
않아요.
일처리는 말이야.
이제 힘이었네요.
널 답답한 법이지.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐하면 예술을.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을
내가
사들고
어머니보다
오는
뛰어나지.
것이 아닙니다, 딴테. 이런 부수적
So this said,
효과를
pretty sure this said
썼죠.
neutral before I touched it. Why is that? Look. That also says favored when I touch it.
죄인인가?
Unless, at least you're inner wolf.
이제야 힘이었네요.
I'm not too familiar what's the conditions for her to put the wolf mask on.
아디오.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요.
This endless amount of waves, it seems like they're pretty long. Is this like the same how the refraction railway is or something? I only thought of that because we just did that mini. My sinners are all morons. Is this where she has the whip? That thing looks cool. Is that it? It looks like a whip to me for some reason at one point.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
She has what, like a lance?
저희 뼈를 크게 이제야 힘이었네요.
저수가 기억해 두겠습니다, 딴테.
Sets aren't always accurate in Mirror Dungeon Exchange. They would be much more apparent because so many stats and buffs are added. Okay, I need to go. Good luck, bro. I subscribe and hope I can visit more of your streams. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Hope we can visit too. The whip is her skill 1, 2. Oh.
갑한 조치였어.
So she does have a whip.
예술적
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각.
Welcome to the community. Yeah, welcome.
나쁘지 않은
I try to show up as much as I can. The community's always been really nice, really cool. Very informative. We get to enjoy the singing at the end of a canto all together. That's like the best part. It's more easy to see and focus fights, but conditions aren't always calculated until the skill is set. Yeah. I wonder why a new sub, but this thing didn't work. It's like an event list or whatever. Where's my mouse? Like this thing here. Maybe I do this. Go close. It hasn't worked. I'm not too sure why. It's supposed to pop up and do a noise if somebody does something. Like if somebody subscribes, it's supposed to do something, but I never find it to work.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
Blur box.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
Door.
파시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Okay. Well, I accidentally pushed a button, and I'm not too sure if that's not right. Like, imagine fighting a boss which has a counter that deals 800 damage to his and has a reuse. Is that a thing somewhere in the future? More fighting. Report. Check me out. Holy jump scare. Yeah, this is supposed to fall off too. It's supposed to happen. This like alert, then there's an event list. It never happens. I'm not too sure why. But that is in fact supposed to fall off. Maybe 30 seconds. Don't know, we'll see. Favored, struggling. Clashable counter. Struggle busing, neutral.
감상은 어떤가요?
Extreme dungeons are not for the weak. Yeah, I'm sure. I did a mirror dungeon the other day while I was driving around working. I had to get it done to try to like get the last mirror dungeon in. It was Tuesday. If you have a good enough team, I think I did a rupture team, and you know it's not necessary to proc like the defense right away. You can just hit win rate on the whole thing and pretty much win. I didn't even have to try. Lots of struggling. Oh, she's gonna die. She almost died. Look at this health. I'm pretty sure he's a defensive. I think it was a clashable counter as opposed to like taking less damage. Radia would die off that bleed. You mean if she clashes?
아닙니다, 단테.
Yeah, she probably will. I mean, how can I possibly heal her? She's gonna go second. Could try to heal her with. Which one has the healing? Is it this guy? This? No, it's not that. That just heals himself. Is it Marisol? This one. Can't do it. We don't have 4 orange. Or 4 yellow, I mean. Just keep using her counter. The counter won't do it as... isn't that considered a clash, though? I'll keep using it like you say, but she won't take the bleed damage.
퍼레이드와 휘날래.
Defensive skills don't proc bleeds? I didn't know that. Good looking out.
그래서 8번의 독계.
파우스트,
나쁘지 않아요.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
저의 뼈를 크고 잡고 저의 손을 채워넣기.
Is this also an AoE move here? This liberation of the repressive or something?
경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요. 적합한 조치.
아유, 평면도 그거군요.
So what a part of Pregger is healing in the first place?
고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과에
He heals only the other blood fiends or what?
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
저의 뼈를 크고 잡고
Oh, he just heals himself? Oh, okay.
외면의 예술.
That's somehow he healed the team.
아유, 산초 평열 육수.
나쁘지 않아요.
한 사람의 상황을 24개의 늑골이 전하는 티비아의 멜로디가
저수가 기억해 두겠습니다. 공감에서 피해야 할 만한 메시지를 언급하라는 것도 골치역한 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요.
Hongbu has a one-time use skill 3-2 that buffs all ring members, including himself. Is it that one where all the spikes come out of the ground?
관람 중에는 정수.
This is a one-time use? Frontline is in the ring faction, heal SP, and apply. Oh, for everybody gets this? Oh. It's not triggered defensive skills? Yeah, it's only usable once your tableau stacks are gone. Oh, okay.
관람 중에는 정수.
Well, how do you get him to... Okay, we're just going to hit defense. We'll just do win rate right here. Well, how do they go gone in the first place? Turns or clashes?
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
이제 신선해요. 파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
I guess the question is when you attack... Oh, okay. Oh, so I have 4 here anyway. Is he considered the ring as well? The index nurse father? Like, is the House of Spiders considered a ring too? Like it says the ring, then the ring, then the ring. This has a ring, right? So you're saying like this whole crew should be House of Spiders is a different faction. Oh, okay. How many edges the field with Tornado Tableau? Turn on, he loses one stack. Ring members to do stack by one on each attack. It is a different finger and is not part of the ring. Okay, what about the ring Favis, Student, and Docent? Or the ring Pointless Student. And the index is, well, he's a different finger, not part of the ring. Okay, so then the middle is the middle fingers, the thumb, the index. You're talking about like the pinky then. The Favis are part of the ring, yeah? No, the ringer finger. That's right, not the pinky. Talking about like the ringer finger of a hand. Index finger, middle finger, ringer finger, pinky finger, thumb. If it has ring, it counts. Okay. So if I go to all identities and go, can you type in, is there something like ring you can put in? Type in ring. You cannot. The Favis and Pointless are considered a ring, yes. Yeah, Esang, there's an Esang one. Then there's one, no, that's an index here. If you look at the character tags and it says the ring, the count as a faction, every identity reduces the count by 1. Tab also gives Hong Lu 2 mil protection as long as the apprentice files on the field. Yeah, Horace says it. Yeah. Yeah, the ring Pontulus Student. Does she have a ring? No, she has the index. But she's also index, right? But she's the middle. Can't look at her. But it's not the ring, she's middle. The ring. You said he's coming out with a ring? No, he's a middle brother. No, an index ID, I think you were saying. No, somebody said something. He's like a middle and a House of Spiders ID or something. The middle apprentice? Yeah, so it's not a ring. Pinky. So I basically have all the ring IDs on the field anyway. Except for Yi Sang. Is that correct? Correct? You can check the tags on ID by viewing ID. Thumb. Your current Favis PD is part of the ring? Yeah. That's right. Duh. So there's how many rings? There's just 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Be 6, right? And he says he has what? 21? It would make sense if there were 7, because then it'd be 3 turns. Prosthetic fixers. I have to refill ink and Fallon again?
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
감상은 어떤가요?
왕의 비율은 하사. 제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과.
It says turn and lose 2 stacks. But he had 21 and he lost what, 5? Because there's 5. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 on the field.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
Why did I start pressing P? What's P do? Win rate?
이번 소재는 거기보다 보여드려야겠군요.
공격이었음.
왜냐면 예술에
이것까지 당신 탓을 할 순 없겠군요.
Jeez.
설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
Are those guys just gonna get attacked?
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
무기를 만드는 것만
And now they're back. Okay.
제거하는
She's almost gonna die again.
것이 아니죠.
76
이제 저
hit points. Okay, where bleed's not high or anything. I think we actually want to kill these dudes.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
대신에 이번 소재는 다들보다
아류산 특성을
프리미엄 붙일 생각 없었는데.
그간의 전투
He's at 3 hit points.
무기를 만드는 것만
He died.
내가 어보이보다 뛰어난
Really?
경험이었습니다.
Oh, use defense skill when struggle. When the defense skill is a cosmic counter. I mean, I guess the defense would only work to take less damage. And we have just a normal Yi Sang sitting here. Like this hopeless one. Oh, I can only do this.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저의 뼈를 크게 잡고 한밤에서 나쁘지 않아요.
한 사람 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
시알 무한
그제야 흉상
산소류 경혈고
배신거리
라샹
상황보다 좋게 넘어가라. 6번 수감자 다사피.
예술적이네.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Still hopeless, huh?
감상은 어떤가요?
산소 소류 경혈 모 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
Is this where he does the spikes come out of the ground?
퇴장 시간이 되었다.
Or yeah.
안녕히.
항상 저를 일깨워 주시는군요.
훌륭한 말만.
수감자를 고기 조각으로 만들어 봐야 당신만 괴로울 텐데 시계를 돌리는 일에 너무 익숙해진 것 아닙니까?
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
저희 뼈를 잡고 이제야 친해졌네요.
저 수감자는
이제야 친해졌네요.
면담에서 치아하지만 남겼을 때 언급한 것도 상부에
훌륭한 단말만이야.
Does that mean who died? Was it something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat?
이건 또 뭐야?
What is this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered the odd box with a T-Corp logo on it. It's his emblem of T-Corp. It appears that the wall covering was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief there guy Hubert right, didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaboration not limited to T-Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasion that they urgently request assistance of less significant, less known corporations such as our own Limited Company. The choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Roger hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember, he said he worked over to T-Corp on an expedition? It's almost like they're all wearing standard sets of prosthetics, same make, same model, everything. I believe I've read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Oh, wait, we were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Alright, he's the one we encountered at the platform. What's wrong with it? I don't even know what this is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, and he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. I guess he wasn't exaggerating when he called it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought violently by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. They would imagine this is likely an aftermath of a battle between fixers and blood bags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they consider them to be disposable as long as their wallets would permit. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often sent them to early graves. Maybe so. I see there are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective, despite the fact that there's but a single scene. I'll remember both of your inputs. Someone that's good attitude, employer's attitude like yours would often make it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answered her house in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You all right, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는
I'm physically unharmed, but yes, I am alright.
고립된 바닥 위에서
However, I do not enjoy the circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting a nest to nowhere, lost and isolated in the blind sea.
평소에는
Normally, deductions such as these would have been completed within moments after establishing a few basic references with the information I accessed. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean.
그건 새까맣고
Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, ripless lake is desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat.
대체 여기가
No way to tell where we are, no way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glossy water surface, grasping at the straws, you know. The sense I find myself mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave. The reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory sensors tells me not of the forging path. It seemed that Ishmael and Yiseng picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust.
아니
Don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today.
그건
That is, oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn you had a softer side. This unseen side of yours is unfamiliar yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passengers. Oh, thank you. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there's a high likelihood that we will soon encounter a blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how impressive could the leader of this sort of cannon fodder be? Different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity.
잘 알려진 정보는
Although this is not common knowledge, there's a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends.
정보가 사실이라는
Assuming this information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls of blood fiends, then they're kind of like an army, right? Of being a power who can create a force of their own without concern for lower morale or desertion, wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The synergies exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategy estimations of the blood fiend's strength. And all of a sudden, fie on this indecisive idleness. Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? Maybe vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon my honor that I shall smite this foe and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Justice! John Coach's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, the end of the blood fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the last car of this train. Ooh, Hindley doesn't have an SAD and Ricardo released yesterday. This means that Hindley is stronger than Ricardo. I knew it.
이번에야말로 완성했어요. 마에스트로님께서도
Who
인정하실
died?
것을 완벽한
It was her, wasn't it? She died too? When was she in here?
파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
I don't know when she supposedly came in and then died. How is that possible? The one who lords. Is this a dungeon? Okay, so whoever did die isn't like not here, so that's good. For some reason, I feel like she's dying quickly for some weird reason. I have her on like the first one for non-focused encounters to do good damage. Who's the one that jumped in? It was like 7, then 8. So someone else died? 9. So we're gonna clear selection here. We want him to attack more, so he does his buff. And then who else has something good to do? We can do something like damage wise. I feel like it's been something like this. Him next. Then her.
내가 움직여야 하나?
Then her.
점 찍었다니. 격에
Then
이제야 부르나.
we probably actually could switch him to something better like this. Because it's not going to mess anything up, right? Should do this.
내가
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어.
나를 점
There we go.
부르나. 좀
Uptie her twin. Look at her skills. I mean, if I end up switching the ring out for this other, like if I switch Prince out for the ring, then it's like I might as well switch these two dudes out, and then we won't even have the same crew. I only have her in here because of the currency edition. If I wasn't trying to get the currency, I would switch to Mekhaland or whatever. Let's go to battle.
선원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
This room. What is that look on thy faces?
왜 그런 표정이지?
Who is that?
왕자에게
Thou standest in the eyes of the prince. Where are thy smiles?
저자가
He must be the blood fiend who causes outbreak. He's our target.
무릎을 꿇고
Fall to thy knees and grovel before the royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well.
내 이름은 카세디.
Cassetti? Those mice address me as Prince Cassetti, sixth kindred and refuge from his family, and the rightful prince who shall reign over thee. Is this Prince Mursal? Yeah, it's Mursal, huh? Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel?
왕자의 앞에서
Thou art chatted once so rudely before your prince, yet this welcome satiation has put me in quite the generous mood.
백아사
As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic.
피주머니를
No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how many of them I devour, humans just won't stop coming. I'm only enjoying what casts themselves into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking.
인사할 생각이라면
If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask
가면 떼어주지 않아.
won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. We all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then I'll go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself.
너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시
They
원래대로
drink
돌아올
blood and then look normal. They're running out of their blood. They look like monster. Who stitched that mask to your face? Not a half bad job. Of course, it's excellent. Haha, because his mask is crafted by none other than the great and the eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much.
이름을 입에 담기 방송한 아니야.
No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling, laughing. Ha, yes, I am the prince. That's what I am. What is going on? There's a bloody loon in it.
다 웃었냐?
Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives.
달려들면
Lunge at me instead. The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the heat.
주위나
Why are you
둘러봐.
daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you.
피스클리프 씨.
Now let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh no, but the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh yes, of course I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. This dude's a nutball. You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish the throne of this budding kingdom to thee. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There is no paradise like this out here. There. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebears would be were they here to witness my creation, this cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. This kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. Nope.
조금 의아한
This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves his car only on rare occasions.
벗어나지 않는 그 영향은
Yeah, we have seen signs of insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far.
가만히 앉아.
Then what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute. Yeah. Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sash the Fixer ran to one of the earlier cars. His head shrinks into his throne at the sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face. That is thee, by house thou truly journey here to assist us in our quest. Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay our cur and eventually the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board, one still capable of rational thought? Damn, you actually made it all the way back here? I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. She's a blood fiend?
구나. 나도
I I used to fight to my damnedest too, till I was the last one standing.
무슨 소리를
What's she talking about? Well, where did that leave me alone? 3 of my forearms ripped from my body. Kind of funny how the perspective of life can completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that. Diary, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away. What? What did I say? I command you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me.
죄송합니다, 카제트님.
I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Well, allow me to introduce my kindred to thee, first of mine since escape for the kingdom I intend to build.
왕국을 위해 나의 왕.
My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassetti, I intended just like the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? No, but I can tell you this. I accepted my Lord's blood in my veins. I felt as though I was reborn. I see a blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that pushed you to accept the proposition despite the lack of information. Maybe that's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been in cahoots with the villain all this time as his lackey, even ere then, when we first laid eyes upon thee. You have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though, since mine are just prosthetic. Then the passengers who were under thy protection, haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the procession, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A small one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child. No way. He grabbed Nagato's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hoped that we'd spared this sight. There was a child. Yep, little runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a bloodbag is way better than drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold that vile tongue. Jimmy becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice, it's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends up crushing disappointment or a really, really early grave. Silence. Silence. Donko did not give us Sasha time to finish sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance down. Good. I didn't see this coming. I didn't see this coming at all.
위에서 당신을 관리자로
Not
정한
even a smidgen did I see this coming.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
These are counters to say, like, I don't have to attack them. Right? I think that's right.
죄인인가? 따스한 피.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
The cleanup agent do? They'll have pretty low speed, so no matter who I attack, to say. Why is this one so strong? Who has a good defense? He has an evade. And she has a defense. Okay, no. This is all neutral. No, that's favored, so I could do this. You only need one person with a really weak attack, which is probably this blue one, to attack him and kill him off. And then we have this guy, which probably could attack someone with the most hit points, like so. And then we just do this. Yeah, his sword's massive.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Oh shit, oh shit. He evaded all three.
괜히 먹을 것들을
This dude has a counter. We don't need to attack him.
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
Hmm. Do you think she'll kill him with this hit? That's the question. He doesn't have a bleed on him. I don't know. I don't want to do this and like she does kill him because then it's just a waste of a turn. We could try to kill this dude. It's gonna hit for 17. We could try to kill him off. Wait, 32 is good. Who's he fighting? Her? I'll do the one that has the most damage like this. He's also dominating, unoppressed. Unopposed, I mean. He'll win. Gain some SP. He got 2 hit point though. He can attack the dude into a counter because he's one shot that can't counter if they're dead. Oh, that's true. Who has like a really weak attack? Unoppressed like this. Unopposed, I mean. I said I keep saying unoppressed. Then he has 29 hit points. Yeah, we'll double attack this guy because he has the most.
죄인인가?
이제 힘이잖아요.
어중간한 예술.
꿰뚫려라.
행진했고 너는 확실히 흘리고 이번 수업 또한 용서할 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적
왜 알아듣지 못하는 이유.
Here comes Sasha. Nice.
피주머니로서
음.
원해지는 것인데.
Charge. Consume 10x hit points and stuff to gain plus 10 charge. Oh, I could try to take. No. I could just take a shot at this neutral and just pray. Well, I mean, not pray, but you know what I mean. Just give it a shot. Does the Clashful counter roll higher? Ooh, I don't know. That's a good idea. You can counter with Mirasalt? I probably should have, huh? I didn't check.
뒤에서 당신을 관리자로 정한
승리로 이끌
합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
12 to 12. Well, doesn't this offset like this? This guy we just don't attack, right? And then we just go from there to see who's dominating and stuff. But he's dominating everything, so it's fine. Only 11 hit points there.
감상은 어떤가요? 마지막으로 남길 말?
Did she get stunned? So I did the defense really?
다이어트
Mura's skill 1 is 11, counter is 13. Ooh.
벌가리들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아 쫓아보시죠.
The Hongwu has. Yeah, don't use Hongwu's closing act just yet. Okay. Yeah, there's another boss dude coming, right? I didn't even look to see if there's one more wave. I was thinking it's probably the end. Did it do it anyway? I'm pretty sure I... No, it's not it.
24개 멜로디가
농담에서 치아할 만한 일이 생겼을 때 언급하라는 것도
Unbelievable. I make myself my first ever Kindred without authorization at that, and it's this bumbling fool. I pray for your forgiveness, Father. Be gone from my sight, at least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Kasei reached out toward the pile of bags on the ground and... it looks just like Mersal. And with ground and an abundance, what an unfamiliar sensation you'd become. An armor of heart and blood materials over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was powerful enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of this rising king's parade. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, yes, sir. Yes, you do. Of course you do. Is he talking to himself? I swear. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king.
벌간이들이 한도한데 대체로 저럴 때 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를
모조리 죽여서 소용이
좁혀보시죠.
안 되는 거야.
This should offset that, right? So he doesn't want to evade like my first attacks. And you're saying do this now, probably. Do this here. Do that there. This there. And this here.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감이 도와주시는군요.
산소류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
I'm fighting myself. Do I get a funny buff or anything? Very insane and quite pathetic. It's kind of impressive, really.
저런 광대 노름을
He is
거듭은 심화
bloodthirst. What does this mean?
뿐입니다만 당신에겐
Heal him out. Return SP to 0. Unclashable. He has no stored HP. It says it's unclashable, so you just attack, right? Gain 10 stored blood at attack end. Everybody gets hit by bleed. Should we defend here? Mercedes. I was gonna say I think I should defend here. Could try to evade. It says clashable counter, but it is not. It's unclashable. So the clashable guard doesn't work. What about the ones that have clashable guards like this? Do it anyway? Yeah, clashable stuff sucks for these situations. I mean, do you get a... Oh, this says consume up to 50 blood feasts and gain 1 hard buff every 10. So at least something can happen. We'll just defend.
감상은 어떤가요?
He evaded. Is he healing? What the fuck? That was it?
위에서 당신을
Did he just heal back to full?
합당한 이유가
Okay.
기대되는 건
기대하고 있겠습니다. 단테
어디까지?
I mean, I guess I'd just repeat the same thing again. Neutral. Could be worth.
감상은 어떤가요?
달려라 루시안.
Rolled tails on that.
정의는 승리한다.
But at least we won the. Music's cool.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠. 단테 하던 대로 해보십시오.
I mean, I guess, do I just keep doing this? I mean, there's a chance he's going to unoppose, right? Or he's going to dodge. I should just keep doing that. Because he's not evading any of these other attacks. I wouldn't want him to do that. Oh, geez, what? This is looking rough. Again, like with this? Favored? Nothing. You don't need to just sit on the fastest center every time. No? What about this? I mean, she's gonna...
양반이 떠오르지.
신체파의 예술을
Faust can clash reliably. I was just doing the one that he was pointing at.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
최선을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다.
승리로 이끌.
가장 먼저 처리해야 할 것이 가장 흉포한 송곳니를 드러내고 있으니까.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
아류 산초 경연 조치 느껴라.
Is he just gonna heal himself again or what? Maybe if I get into that stagger point, maybe he won't. He's almost there.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Why did he get to attack twice there?
내를 정렬 원색적으로 내가 공부력 때문에 내잖아 특별히
Wolf face?
감당
승리로 이끌
목숨
We just hit the damage button here.
곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데 수감자 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요.
That was it. Wolf mask on at the end. Hollywood attacks twice because he said he had 5 negative effects. Oh, okay. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yes, I love it when humans let their blood boil, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. This, I don't know if we can... The mental fatigue finally got to Greg and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to their blood fiend's regenerative ability. The battle has trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corps border checkpoint or at the base of the Withering Heights. The Singer's all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continuously wildly pummeled the blood fiend with their lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I'm so very hungry. Ridiculous. That hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up, you don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to. I survived for 200 years on this disgusting, horrible. No. I don't even want to think about it. Shut up, be quiet. No, I'm sorry, I'll be good. Please let me. Just have a sip, just a small sip, please. No, it won't matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a vicious, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the blood fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't. Ugh, my kindred, my child. I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do something. Responsibilities, the blessings of your father must be repaid. No. What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began to look around, wildly surprised by Kaseda's sudden command. It's that way they fight remind me a lot of the way prosthetic users using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs become no more than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. She gets it, and I forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms Sasha picked up from the ground, the master key card file showed her in one of the previous cards. Don Quixote, stop her now. Oh, my father, I offer this gift to you. Yeah. Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Instrumon Marseille, who had been holding Kaseda down, were no match for his strength. Without Don Quixote's fury, the blood fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. Is he going to open the door and suck in more humans or whatever? This is a key to the first class card, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags for the kingdom's prosperity. No. Kaseda examines the master key card. I thought she was going to attack. Thomas, the tank engine has never been so intense. I thought like he was going to attack Dante. Kaseda examines the master key card with a clear interest. Without the key card, we'll be trapped inside a train for 1,000 years until it reaches its destination. Why would it be thousands of years? Like, how far is where we're going from one side of the city to another? It can't be thousands of years in a warp train. Dante, I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity without access to false knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master key card, the uncertainty of this circumstance has been greatly exasperated. exacerbated. I think I said that. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath as she's about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she receives from Faust, so a situation like this, where she has to make a decision on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually, that I might be relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still have guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember, thus the lack of plan itself becomes a plan, you said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the Masquerade is but a numeral and certain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. Is she going to give herself? You there, look like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire. To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur? Didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk with was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then, Cassadio, why don't we remove this conversation to a different location? I alone will accompany Dante to this negotiation. Let me make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind Cassadio must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So Faust suggests that we move this conversation to a different place. All the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him. Just you two, huh? Yes, as you are aware, the freight cars are merely just this one. This is where we will first discuss what we each of us. She's gonna push him into Mephistopheles and eat him up. David Corp days, like David Corp loyal to Hong Lu, are shown cleaning up mess in a warp train after all the slaughter and insanity. That clock must be thy monarch then, and thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well, this will be a royal debate then. It is only right that a member of royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal. Manager Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners Don Quixote, who had watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So Faust, why are we this in the freight car again? Dante, this would be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Push his ass in Mephistopheles. That's what you do. Negotiation. Reading. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus woke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car, I wasn't planning on commencing the parade so soon or creating kindred at all. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion. She replied with even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boredom silently has reestablished my connection to Faust. Did you know this would work? No, and as I stated before, this is pure and incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Raja's fascination with gambling. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away. Now that the connection has been reestablished, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust and to the Gesell shaft management regarding the fact that they have neglected to list the information pertaining to lost connection with the interiors of warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe in that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of requirements. What are you willing to accept in return for the master keycard? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood, but thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thy wish is to leave this place, is it not? Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train, everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we're contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적은
Upon arrival,
모두로
memories
사라질
and
테니
any signs of battle will be
의뢰의
entirely
기억으로 넘길 방법조차 없습니다.
erased. We will have no way to relay the news, whether he'd be one of the success or failure.
저 혈기를
If
해치울
we
수
had that means
있다면
to defeat him, then at least every corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However,
이렇게 되면
this
저는
current scenario will leave us nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure.
하지만
However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we're always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across those inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, so we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her again. Well, what, you want to stay here for what is essentially eternity within this train? I know what this is all about. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I snap this in half, you'll have to spend eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome it, even should it mean exacting eons of penance upon thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wiggle free from our grips, but she already pushed up beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire. Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemned as sinners to 1,000 years to torment. And I shall fill the millennia with the tales most exciting that I had once read in magazines. No amount of time, however ineffable, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one.
그것으로 해결되지
Certainly, you are aware that suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. And then there has to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain and the sinner remain unharmed?
수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은
Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance, this was dejection. But wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late. O Father, forgive my transgressions, for I am about to create another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become my next kindred. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before he even had the chance. We had a chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what did you mean, the solution? According to the information I have viewed in the past,
다시 한번
and once again just now, it's done to take cover behind me and remain absolutely still.
그리고
And please do
일어나는 일은
do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what has happened. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air. The strings of her shoes unraveled as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And yeah. Rocinante? I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage in my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes, dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Oh yeah, those. A battle through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante in sorrow and in joy no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me, and hath been a loyal steed by my side forever long and hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them. Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Auspicious. No, I think I'm good. Be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Looks stinky. Small girls torturing TikTok with stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those Rocinante. Oh, I've always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as the Manager Esquire would care to ask me how Rocinante fareth. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing the shoes. Clearly, Rocinante and I remain bound together even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We're bound not by need nor warrant. We're simply bound together through plight and delight. Now I think about it, every single Danny of Don Quixote also wears a pair of running shoes. Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off, fire, whatever dost thou mean, as in detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes as though taking those pair of running shoes off is somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? Yeah. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then darkness. Oh no, that's impossible. In all-absorbing darkness, voices are only light. You are the second creator. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through this shimmering I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, the transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg. Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, kind of well sanctioning the impudence of continued existence. Congelate, then melt away. Quixote's body begins liquefying a slick stream of blood, his form curling and crumbling, then dripping into the ground. He melts rapidly yet ponderously like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ah. You. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. What? The promised timepiece? I can't even think of how you say it now. Rocinante to me? Rocinante. I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one. One day, she gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. She turns into that fiend when their shoes fall off. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the stranger would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Fastenal, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was a destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Also lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the blood fiend. Therefore, whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it was appropriate. Tis, I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most excludes three individuals. Thus, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those three? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Oh, really? That? Wow, you were spot on, huh? When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I haven't identified the three conscious individuals by now in a waking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness. Right, so what's going on with the last? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not in any risk of death, she'll be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Nagaru's sudden transformation has practically erased the blood fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to... Okay, so she knows. Don Quixote was unconscious. Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. Let's, you know... Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. He was in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the keycard he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with middle phalanges. Oh, wait, oh no, everyone calm down, I say, calm down. Ah, I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? Master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving the situation. But how? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate an explanation that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. 5 hours? Faust knows all, and yet Faust doesn't know all. Schrodinger's Faust. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. You can utilize the back door. So I thought that was she's going to say that about the back door. I literally thought that. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Was his eyes red? Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Asked someone after me. To explain it, can grains of sand roll about my throat with every word spoken. They were at the beach the whole time? Some time ago. Faust explained the gist of his plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we'll spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination approximately 10 seconds and going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. With that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously going to just open the door with this many doors in here? Are you sure that is the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. His safety is guaranteed. Alas, at least tell us what is past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for the future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. But oh, wait! Faust did not wait for Eclipse to finish the sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked to a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Aren't we indoors? How the heck is this even happening? God, I can't open my eyes. Me too, I got sand on my mouth. Wait, no way. Is this a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sands are blurred out of a series of colorful complaints trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. The Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound until the warp train has arrived at the P-Corp platforms. The train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand, so I thought we'd never make it. Well, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole deal that even W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Lemon's company who board the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Well, that reminds me, one of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Well, no, I've never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check. We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was, there isn't anyone in here. There isn't anyone in there. Well, maybe we looked at the wrong pod. This is the correct pod, then the disappearance of the individual who entered this pod would indicate. Guess these folks aren't all there on the head either, or maybe you guys are just mistaken. That dude, that fixer that crawled in the pod was the Blood Fiend? I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well, then we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I become intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word. I arrived. Have we arrived? Rise and shine last. Had a nice kip, did you? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we were traveling again. Oh, his eyes are red. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to David Court via LCCA, and Virgilius was already there when we arrived discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive. I will now leave with Sharon to go watch as they unfasten Mistopheles from the train. Why is his eyes red? The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosion of pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that was going to happen, because it was the preferable course of action to letting the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. She stood in front of him. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon the occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is. That is something I've been aware of since OZB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it is by the will of the state superiors that this knowledge remained withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, Pharaoh once again returned. Return, that was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned. Yes, Faust quietly affirms these things, rather a nebulous question. Please do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? He knows. She shot a puzzled look at Yi Sang. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yi Sang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Hungry? Yeah, I'm hungry. No, whatever. Phew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. It was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. Oh, cough, do we find ourselves at P-Corp? Cough, wherefore is my throat so parched? They were there for 10 seconds. Oh, I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? Nah. Oh, that vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered, awakening, grinning. There's no way to know we'll be facing here at District 16 where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith that's on the Faust who believes in a certainty rises within me, too. I looked up to Faust only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. Riz sang? Yeah. Yeah, I was like, ooh. The dream ending? The fourth Walpurgis night? Another Walpurgis night? We probably don't have to read that one together, do we? Probably not. What is this? The Noon of Violet? It's just it's a fight? Five only?
전시 준비는
이 떨림. 파시아도
내 책임.
문을 열 시간인가?
Okay.
대상 확인했어.
내가 움직여야 하나? 잘 됐네.
All right, I did as you asked, Faust. I looked up toward Faust away from the PDA in my hands as it rattled and fixed identity cards into each slot. Today is the fourth wall purchase night. The location, it's the same lobotomy corporate headquarters, but the past we visited, its point in time and the branch possibility uncertain.
네.
Thank you. Please receive the slot identity to suppress the imminent ordeal. Phew. I've slotted in the L corporate identities I pulled up during the previous World Purchase nights. Faust probably wants to study the correlation between World Purchase nights itself and identities that can be pulled up only during each World Purchase night. Well, it ain't much of a business what identity we're supposed to wear, but can't you at least bother telling us where we are? I swear it's always you two who... Yeah, I agree. We won't know what to do if you keep the important stuff just between the two of you, right? Yeah, what he said. I was trying to find a way to avoid sounding irritated. You're a way of mincing words, don't you? Thanks, lad. Huh? I guess. Haha.
성.
Fuck you. Functionally upgrade. What? I guess I read that wrong. I wish I K Kumo Captain Ishmael. Maybe you'll probably get her. Don't talk to me like I'm a machine or something. Faust cleared her throat in an attempt to clear the air and stem the conversation from going on a tangent. We are at the information team department of the former L Corp headquarters. Information team. Well, do I recall that the place we had visited was called the control team department? Maybe they add a new department with every World Purchase night.
그런 것은 아닙니다.
The training team and the safety team, both adjacent to this department, are currently accessible, therefore your assessment is untrue.
산지.
However, is it possible that there is a reason in the first place the door connected to was this location? Perhaps further analysis
뭔가 알게
may
될
yield
수
more
있어요.
concrete information. She's trying to take a more active role in learning things for herself. It seems that the events of the warp train riled her more than I thought. She's probably concerned that similar lost connection to the repository of Faust's knowledge may occur again. This place is pretty barren, huh? The more I look around, the more I see just purple. You got that right. Can't chalk that up to just being a corporate office, if you ask me. It doesn't seem like a great workplace environment at all. A good commander decorates their subordinates' living space with their morale in mind, even if it means going against their own taste. Whoever heads this part must be somewhat quite unfit to lead.
그 사람 한 명만의
I bet they're not the only one who's unfit to lead. Ah! Ishmael was rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items, muttered from distance as I was mused at the ceiling.
여기에
Found some employee doodles and scribbles back there.
세피라.
I suppose department leads were called Sephira. They're saying something about how their Sephira is rude, not that some spicy profanity.
좀 심하네.
내가 직접
I will read them. Murasao, you don't have to read the insults and profanities.
알겠습니다.
Understood. In that case, I will instead peruse the document first and produce a comprehensive summary. Sometime later. That is all. Okay, so first of all, thanks for skipping past all the profanities, but, well, that made me feel bad, and I've got nothing to do with this place. It is not uncommon to see department leads shouting and butting heads, but perhaps a physical altercation would have been preferable to letting such bitter animosity fester like this. It is clear to us that the Sephiroth did not share a very healthy work relationship with one another. Not to mention that many employees really put their faith in their Sephiroth.
이 말쿠트라는
It is Sephiroth they call
우리가 저번에
Malkuth.
수련과 싸웠던
You must have seen the
대상을
Sephiroth of the
참
control team
생각해보면
department where we were fought the ordeal last time.
직원들을
I can
사지로
tell from the way she
밀어넣고
talks that she treats
부품처럼
employees like
썩는
parts of a
경력을
machine,
보이는
driving them to their
거야.
desks to replace them when they
날
inevitably
얘기하는
crumble.
거야.
Guess a wing is a wing after all. This reminds me when I played like for those couple hours playing what's that? L Corp game. The way they talk, those people. Yeah. Look, here's a conversation log with the HOD, the several other training team. Looks like she started off pretty rough, but managed to avoid making things hostile in the office. From the sounds of it, she really cares for employees. Oh well, that's a whole other type of annoying, though, you know. Yeah, L Corp. The game, then her heart would never have rested easy as long as she was here. She grievances with employees would have reached her ears nonetheless. She may have given herself doses of painkillers she hid under the label of the altruism that she truly cared for them despite it all. And this Yasad must have been. I see this Sephiroth of the information team department here, clearly a stickler for the rules. Viper he was called, perchance he had a savory habit of sinking his teeth into his employees. I remember that name too, and this room. It's only a figure of speech, and he does seem like the irritating type, but he would have served as a decent strategist. And this appears to be a meticulous record of the work schedules according to that digital calendar. The upcoming schedule is fast approaching. There's no time to share details regarding the ordeal. Suppose we should have checked the documents first. A heavy thump that lights follows out his deep sigh. The lobby lights suddenly changed and the floor began to tremble. Well, can't say I'm surprised. We need that an ordeal is coming after all. So I wish we had some prior knowledge of our enemies this time. Yeah, what in the name of wings is that creature? Vermin, is it? 'Tis so far, yet appeareth so grand in size. Naturally, we whipped around to look at Don Quixote, and we then direct our attention towards something withering in the distance. I think it was our shape crawling and squirming. If they appeared in the safety team's corridors as well, then there's more. Wow, so anything you can tell us about them before they start rushing us? I shouted, watching with horror as a curiously violet, grub-like creature slowly spawned to the hallway from thin air. Even though she probably didn't have much to tell me about them anyway. Is that... I remember playing the game and something appeared out of nowhere. They will not rush us. There were reports that these enemies are rather slow. In fact, they're an ordeal violet time. Dawn. If they are indeed violet, then it's likely they will have much time to discuss this further. Must immediately engage them, starting from the safety team hallway. A similar situation is very likely imminent in the information team and the training team hallways. So what, we've got to crush them like there's a timer or something? There would be an apt attitude, yes. Enemies will soon be manifesting in every department. If we fail to quickly clear the zone and seek and destroy them in other departments, if we don't, then we may come face to face with the kind of pandemonium we'd rather not have the displeasure of experiencing. Every clip Hoth counter in each department will immediately drop to 0. Oh, I remember this. Oh, the music's the same too. And thus the hours contained within shall be released. Oh balls, come on, we just got off that bloody warp train. I think we had enough of the wing shenanigans to deal with by now. Yeah, zipping and great ripping, I'm going in. I recognize that music too. Fruit of the Dawn of Violet for understanding wave 1. This is cool. Turn 99, wave 3. Neutral.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
어중간한 예술은
You try to shard KKH mouth? I think I accidentally got her from the banner. The focus banner or whatever. How did I lose that?
먹지.
The double ish pull? Oh, yeah. You remember?
예술적이네요.
Oh, yeah, it's only 43 hit points. I'll probably die. Right? I think so.
한 사람의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가 마지막으로 남길 말? 훌륭한 단말이네요.
Waiting for Captain Bryce Roach before sure gas since I only plan on using my Season 7 tickets until then.
마비 교환. 그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Oh, I forgot to put that middle finger in here.
그랬었지.
Attack end dies? He dies on attack end? He dies on attack end? Is there even a reason to attack him? Maybe try to kill him before he does it? He'll die if I put two people on him like this, right? I don't think he'll get any event points? Oh, okay.
훌륭한 단말이네요. 마지막으로 남길 말?
아듀.
이게 힘이잖아요. 영감이 떠올랐어요.
Queen of Hatred Dawn for Walpurgis? What's that? I incidentally have enough shards to get Ryoshin House ID, so the tickets and ego shards I have around will be directed at Rodney and probably Heathcliff. Doesn't mean he dies, right? Like, he's gonna die? Oh well. Ooh. The 9 hit?
어디에서도
Wish he'd go first. Okay, cool. Oh no, he's not going first. It's him. He goes last, right?
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
여기가 철이면 붙일 수가 없었는데.
What in the world? Sometime later.
다행이네요.
Maybe that's a relief. At least it wasn't indestructible. A rubble of broken stones lay upon the exhausted sinner's feet. That didn't last long. I see it fades away to naught. Yes, while Andy took the form of a stone and steel, an object commonly composed of inorganic matter, it's likely that its existence itself is perceived as a religious artifact in certain indeterminate locales. It's true that the giant object did suddenly appear out of thin air before dropping right in front of us. The steel, which had once threatened the sinners with its tentacles, soon disappeared from our sight like it never existed. If Fast hadn't pushed me into the hallway just in time, I'd have been... We would have all died forever if that thing had crushed me too.
엄밀히 말한다면
We were not crushed by the steel to be exact. The real issue was the shockwave that came after the crash. Thought I slipped away in time, but I had no idea the shockwave would be so deadly. We're going to have to find a way to deal with that shockwave somehow, or it'll be risky to continue with our Walpurgis Night expedition. I'm not saying that I'm scared of pain I have to go through when reviving sinners, which really hurts, of course, especially when it's 12-fold, but I'm not sure if I want to ask them repeatedly to run a mission that's guaranteed to kill them in the end. Moreover, we don't even know if whatever we'll find here will be worth all the trouble.
제공받은 정보에 의하면
According to the information given, it is said that ordeals can occur in immediate succession. They can't occur right after one another. What did the giant piece of rock have nothing to do with an ordeal then?
같은 자색의 시련
Yes, it was indeed an ordeal of Violet, however this was the noon of Violet.
기존에 겪었던
Ordeals of the noon are a degree higher than ordeals of the dawn, which we already have experience with. What? Faust's brows were frowning at a nigh impeccable angle. She was sighing, even as she relayed any information to us, clearly perturbed by something. What's the dawn of the night or whatever then? I suddenly recalled what Faust speculated back at Warp Train, that the Jessil Shaft may have made a purposeful omission. You think this is Jealous Shaft withholding information from you again?
확증은 없습니다.
There's no evidence to say for certain they did not withhold the information regarding their deal of noon, thus a more likely explanation is that this was merely a manifestation of a rare possibility. Water. Normal difficulty just kills your sinners off and ends battle. Hard mode lets you fight it. That'd be cool.
하지만
Yeah, you suggest does concern me.
하지만
If it was indeed a manifestation of a rare possibility, then we must seek for clues in this Walpurgis Night that may point us to an explanation. So should we explore further? But hello everyone, can you hear me?
들리나요?
That buzz, crackle, and unfamiliar voice broke through the awkward silence we were meandering in. Blimey, who said that? Oh, I heard hearken onto the... Oh, I guess I can't hear your answers anyway. Ahem, ignore what I just said. Hello, this is Howard from the training team speaking. It appears that it's Sephiroth Hod, whose name we first learned in the early document, is the one speaking to us. Oh, so this is her voice, huh? I'd say it's kind of what we all expected her to sound, right?
지금 너명
We are all investigating how and why an ordeal of noon occurred immediately after the dawn. I understand that an unfamiliar situation like this may cause a sense of alarm and anxiety, but there's nothing to worry about as long as you remember the instructions under the exception 40 AA measure, which I made sure to mention every training session. Just how many exceptions did she come up with? You must be a leader with a very hands-on approach to team management. Commanders who are prepared to the personnel have to make such mistakes. Hey guys, I don't think it's time to share our first impressions. We don't know what measures she's talking about. At this rate, we'll get... Oh. There was a dull thwick just as Gabriel began to air his concerns. Did you just get shot?
총에 맞은 거예요?
거기 루비에 있는 너.
You there at the lobby, you've been dozing off during our drills, haven't you?
이런 예외
I'm pretty sure I explained that in outlier cases like these, we'll be firing physical intervention shield bullets we share with the middle layer. So why are you acting all surprised like you've never been shot before? Ha! Shield bullets? Oh, that bullet does look kind of familiar, actually. You carefully approach Sinclair to take a closer look at where the projectile hit him. Oh, hey, I recognize this. It looks just like the DK ampule. That almost melted me into a puddle back at K-Corp, where I'm getting unpleasant goosebumps from just thinking about it. You were totally badass, so she jumped right in front of Dante, taking the bullets for them and everything. Then she went ahead and hurled a bloody harpoon into Gorlaka's shoulder herself only a few months later. Like a good circular narrative structure. Okay, you smartasses. It is not a K-Corp ampule. While it's true that K-Corp's technology is used to regenerate its employees, a barrier field like this fundamentally differs from the type of technology used by K-Corp. It is said that L-Corp maintained collaborative relationships with other wings, including K-Corp. Through the said collaborators, they obtained bullets and ampules of diverse functionalities useful for the workings of this company. It appears that the shield at bullet is a result of one such partnership. Within this bullet will... It's said that this bullet can partially negate physical damage, which is also known as red damage in Body Corp terminology. Are you talking about like those charge shields? It will likely shield us from the shockwave created by the steel as well. We have a counseling session later about your lack of focus during training. For now, please try to suppress this ordeal of noon as soon as possible. I'll give you every physical intervention shield, so let's try to take care of us to deal with as few casualties as possible. Dante, let us... Alright, let's get move on and deal with the other steals as well. Indeed, it would be preferable if we returned after confirming the destruction of steals in other areas as well. We'll have to visit L-Corp headquarters of different possibilities as well. We will make use of the stuff around the shield as soon as we are able then. Good idea. Thanks to the unexpected support from a Sephira, we were able to explore further through the wall purchase night. All those changes were for their own good. Is it so hard to understand? It was just that I couldn't help but think back to Hot's last few utterances that managed to slip through the static. Made me wonder what really went down here at the headquarters of L Corporation.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
Confirm.
마에스트로가 되기
That's
위해
it?
인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
They said 2 fights.
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는
Look at this.
못하더라도
284.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고
I don't need the identity tickets, I don't think. I don't even know if I need the shard boxes, really. You can get 400 to these. This is cool. They cost 5. So if you have 400 of this, you get... No, it costs 5 to get 1. Times 80. Oh, so you do need 400 of this to get 80 of those, right? Now you get 5 of them. So it's 400 for 400? That's what I'm saying. But these are cool. Like, I actually would like to get some of these. Like the effect ones. And then maybe come here and get these. I think these are the most kind of valuable. I mean, these are cool. You get some tickets, I guess, to try to pull, like, whenever. I don't know. I feel like I like getting this stuff, and I don't really ever use for these, because when you do pulls, you sometimes get these anyway. You know, you get shards when you're doing pulls and you're getting stuff you already have. Already halfway there. Yep, halfway there. This is the same too? Yeah, it is. Well, we have until... Is that 2 months? Is that 4/30 to 6/4? That's a long time. We probably will get everything. And I have 2 weeks to get this stuff. Hopefully get everything too. The plan now is to come back tomorrow and actually keep going, even though I probably could come back next week, and just kind of keep going. Which treats a life and the contracts of the not so famous but valiant Don Quixote. What? That's just 1 month? It's a month? No, it says 26 days. I don't even know what date it is. Oh, yeah. It's like basically May 1st to 5/28. Nah, it's a month. Whoops. Kanto 7 is a bit long. That's kind of good, isn't it? So, like, yeah, because it says, like, if you beat, like, 7-60 something, you can unlock hard mode. I thought it was, like, 60 something. The good thing is that if we go through and beat every story mode with the group we have, substituting in the middle finger, we will get quite a lot of currency. Rewarding experience nonetheless. If it's really long, we'll probably come back tomorrow because there's nothing else to do. We got the team, right? We got some boxes to refill. We have the team in the boxes. We don't actually need these guys here, do we? I don't think so. You can actually switch back to just normal, like this. There's not 60 nodes. Oh my god. So maybe it's 730. Maybe it's 40 nodes. I hope you'll come again tomorrow. I probably will. I'm off. Looking to the future, I have to work 10 straight. Last day off's tomorrow. Probably come back tomorrow then. Not much to do around here. It's gonna rain, so it's not like I'm gonna be outside doing stuff. Now, if Kanto 8 didn't have a dungeon, that'd probably be around that. 60 nodes. Did we not switch this guy? I thought we switched him. Whoops. Which one did I not just select? This one? Okay, make sure everyone has all their egos too. Cancer is also the biggest difficulty spike you will see in a while. I mean, okay, well that's cool. We'll play by ear anyway, like, right? We'll go in, and if we start losing, we could always level up characters. Try to keep the same team though. We have a lot of experience tickets. Ish, right? There's only third-party nodes in the dungeon. Oh, okay, cool. But once we beat that, then we can go back and like do everything on hard mode or something. And Refraction Railway opens up too. And then these new Luxuvations open up too, right? Yeah, clear 726. 734. Hard mode and other stuff. Yeah, I guess I'd have to go back and check it all. I don't remember which ones have hard mode. Don't know if it's worth... I don't think it's worth sharding this guy. I think even if we run this team, it should be fine. We'll probably shard Don Quixote, and then we'll pick up we're probably gonna get whatever Ryoshi is, because she's gonna be the one for she'll be the one for the Kanto anyway. Managers should be able to handle certain fights in the Kanto. I sure hope so. It's her Kanto. Should be able to handle. It'd be kind of strange to have her, but then she can't handle the fights. But we'll see. You guys are spoiling. But thanks for hanging out. We finally got here. Like, I didn't know there was another Intervallo. Probably going to come back tomorrow and continue on. So thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow.